5:35. And I believe we do want to make an amendment to the agenda. Is what you were describing, Jordan, what Chapin had mentioned?
That's correct. So whoever moves the agenda, we would welcome an amendment to move item 4.02 to be item 3.11 because it needs to be approved by the council as well.
Great. I'd welcome a motion on the agenda. Councillor Pine?
I would move to approve the agenda as proposed with a change that item 4.01 be moved to item 3.11.
And that's 4.02 that we need moved to 3.11.
4.02 as corrected. Thank you.
Thank you.
And do we have a second for the motion?
Second.
Okay. President Tracy, I saw you first. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Great, the motion passes. Do we have anybody signed up for public forum for Board of Finance this evening?
So I do not see anybody in the public forum inbox who's asked to speak on public forum. If you think I might be missing you, if you're an attendee and you would like to speak on public forum, if you could just raise your hand, use the raise hand function. But I do not see anyone signed up for public forum. And I don't see anyone raising their hand. So I think we're all set for public forum.
Yeah,
Great. We will move to agenda item 3.01, then reclassification of the clerk, treasurer, accounting, and compliance manager to the CEDO senior finance manager. Since I am involved here, I will just say this is something that was included in the budget. It's a little bit of a perfunctory change. We've been operating like this for I don't know how long, but certainly as long as I've been here. This is Darlene Kehoe's current position, which is 85% paid from CEDO, 15% from the clerk treasurer's office. And this just codifies her movement to CEDO so that her timesheets and performance evaluations can be processed from CEDO instead of the clerk treasurer's office. And I would welcome a motion. Councillor Pine.
I would move approval of this reclassification of clerk, treasurer, accounting, and compliance manager to CEDO senior finance manager and request the floor back after a second.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Great, thank you, Councillor Paul. Councillor Pine.
So if you could, as someone who worked at CEDO, this position was always part of CEDO, then went to clerk treasurers, and now is coming back a few years later. So if you could explain what it looks like musical chairs, what's happening?
I would ask either Rich or I'm not sure if Luke is on because I have this bad view on my phone, but somebody who might have a longer view who would be able to provide that, I think might be helpful. Rich, do you want to start out?
I'm on Catherine, but Rich actually does have the longest view of any of us. So, you know, Rich,
Yeah.
if
So there was a period of time that we felt like by moving Darlene Kehoe down the clerk treasurer's office, it made sense. And the reason for that is that at the time there has been several different CEDO directors, and CEDO directors in the past relied pretty heavily on Darlene Kehoe as it related to the budgeting process. And recently, with changes to directors, we just feel that it's individual work in the CEDO office, knowing that the bulk of Darlene's wages is actually paid by the CEDO budget and not the general fund. Thank you.
Thanks, Rich. And I'll just add, Brian, and answer your question. The reason why, I wanted to push this forward was essentially the bulk of her kind of management and reporting, does happen within CEDO. So it made sense to have her reporting directly to Katie Kinstead, who's our new assistant director for administration and finance, and ultimately under me, just in terms of managing performance and so being able to support her as an employee rather than have her sort of reporting into CT's office, but simply on the org chart. Now her work and her reporting structure is within CEDO.
Okay, thank you.
All in favor of the, are there any other questions? I shouldn't totally rush us. Yeah, Counselor Paul.
Thank you. So I just wanted to make sure I understood that it sounds like 15%, and again, I'm sorry I was late. Maybe you've already covered this. 15% of her time is still going to be
Allocated.
that it's not 100% of her time. So there must be some duties that she's still going to be doing for both.
That's correct. So our sort of estimate of that is about 15% over time. That may go up and down, but there are certain tasks that she'll continue to do that are sort of exist within, really they're sort of serve a citywide purpose, but within CEDO.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it must be. Are there many employees in the city who have this type of situation, or how many are there?
Very few.
I think you're asking a very interesting question, Counselor Paul, and I think you did too, Counselor Pine. And I think Luke and I don't want to speak for him, so please correct me if I'm wrong, are both figuring out the most efficient ways to run these departments. And I have found, certainly with the clerk treasurer's office in just these 5 months that I've been here, that things are not very standardized across departments. And that is one of the things we're looking at. How do we provide a consistent package of services to each department? They know what they're supposed to contribute to us, and there isn't one department who feels like, oh, we're paying more than we should and we're doing this citywide service. But I'm not sure anybody has a great answer for you now, and that's something we're really taking a look at as we're implementing the FY21 budget and realizing we have to be as lean and efficient as we can. So I think that you should stay tuned, because there's lots of these kind of conversations happening now to sort this out.
Okay. I mean, I just think it's just very difficult to, I'm more thinking about the employee in the sense that I think it's just very difficult to manage a situation like that and be one person. But, and is this person going to continue to be in the same physical space when we come back, or how's that going to work? Or have you thought that through yet?
Yeah, so certainly completely valid concern. And this, maybe we should have started with this at the top. We're essentially correcting, she was doing 85% of her work for CEDO and was reporting into CT's office. So the management didn't make sense for that balance of work. So the change we're essentially doing is she should report into CEDO, and here's the percentage breakdown of that work. She has been physically in CEDO's office up until the pandemic, and had been at least when I arrived. So, for quite some time. And she considered, and I will say too, she is an advocate for this change and has,
Okay.
yeah, so that's
okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, are we ready to vote on the motion? Yeah, Counselor Pine.
Just one last thing I can't resist saying is Darlene Kehoe is an exceptional city employee, spent many years in the clerk treasurer's office, then came to CETO, then went back to clerk treasurer's and is now back at CETO. And we are lucky to have her. And that connection that is created by that 15% relationship is actually a really good one for, I think, both CETO and for the clerk treasurer's office. So I'm excited by it. And if Darlene supports it, I think it's a great move.
Great.
All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. Agenda item 3.02, lease of the Boathouse concession space to Splash Restaurant. How would people like to proceed? Are we ready for a motion or are there questions? I see Cindy and Aaron are ready to talk.
I'll make a motion and then we can go to questions, I guess.
I'll second.
Great.
I would
Thank
move to approve and recommend the city council approve and authorize the execution of a lease agreement with Big Splash Catering, Inc., doing business as Splash. And there's a long resolution that I'll leave out, but I would recommend that.
Excellent. Any questions? Yes, Councillor Jang.
Yeah, no question, but maybe an overview from both Cindy and Aaron, maybe about what it is for the people who are listening. And
Great, because it's a really good deal and we should be proud of it.
Aaron, how about you take that one?
Yeah, absolutely. So the Burlington Community Boathouse has a restaurant space that we lease out to interested parties. We conducted a public RFP in December and we received 2 bids back, both Splash and Grazers. We evaluated it. They were both great responses, and ultimately the team, which represented all divisions of our department. I apologize for my dog. My child is running around and trying to get my attention. So we ultimately, Splash scored the highest and really came to us with a wonderful proposal that we had put out in the RFP asking for a little bit more creativity about how the upstairs could be used. Upon reflection and community feedback, we thought that we'd like to enhance the use of the upstairs space of the boathouse. And Splash came back, and certainly was no guarantee, even though they were the previous tenant, that they would get it again. And they proved their intent through a thoughtful proposal that shows a significant amount of financial investment for the upstairs area to make it more functional and useful year-round, which I'm really pleased with. Due to the pandemic, the RFP stated that we are asking for $135,000 minimum compensation. That is a minimum. We do ask for 15% gross revenues, and they had come back with their proposal at $165,000. But with the pandemic and some of the late openings and capacity amount, they requested to drop down for this 1 year, down to what we had originally asked for, the $135,000. So we were also pleased with that they could still hit our minimum requirements even during the pandemic.
yes, thank you.
Wow.
Absolutely.
One question.
Any further questions? Yes, Councillor Pine.
So the way I read this is it's 15% of gross receipts, or 135,000, whichever is greater. Maybe is that the correct reading of this? I'm trying to figure out which it is, because those are 2 different things. I just want to
Yes, they are. It's a baseline of 135 or what's higher. So in the past, we've excelled 135 regularly. So
okay,
it is.
great.
We receive the higher of the 2.
Great. And so the 15%, that's pretty impressive if they believe their sales during COVID will be just under $1 million gross receipt. I mean, I'm impressed.
Yeah, their past payments to us in past fiscal years have exceeded actually the 165 at times. It does fluctuate depending on the season and the weather. Their seating is predominantly outside, so those rainy summers we see the trends go up and down. But they've been able to maintain that.
So for safe distancing, it will probably be a good place for people because of that outside seating and the way they'll configure the site. Yeah.
That's correct.
Great. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Councillor Jang.
Yeah, since this is maybe, let's say, call it a collaboration between the city, and it's also a great, wonderful deal. And was just wondering about the minimum wage requirement. Will they be able to pay their employees that the standard of the minimum wage of the city? Do you know?
Well, I don't think there's
Livable.
one set right now. Is that correct?
So I know that was Justin had reviewed that for the lease. I don't want to speak for him and how he saw that. Maybe I see Eileen just popped up.
Yeah, they aren't subject to the livable wage ordinance as it's currently written. Leases aren't within that.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Any other questions? We do need to move along because we have a lot of other agenda items, but I am excited about this one. We ready to take a vote? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say nay. All right, the motion carries unanimously.
Great, thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Cindy and Aaron. All right, friends, we have more airport items, but these are good news airport items. Item 3.03. Let's accept some money. Request to approve acceptance of a grant with FAA for rehabilitation of the airport's security system. Would somebody like to make a motion? Councillor Paul.
Thank you. I'm always happy to see the city accept money. So I'm happy to make the motion to approve and recommend the council authorize. I won't go through it's a 2-part recommended action, and I would move, or actually a 3-part recommended action, and I would move that forward.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councillor Tracy, President Tracy, thank you. And any questions? And then I see that the mayor is here, and I will turn it over to him.
Thank you,
All right,
Catherine. I fear won't be as entertaining with me taking back over here. Thank you for standing in. Apologies to my colleagues that I couldn't get here till now. 3.04, authorization to sign a property lease with Ben Sandwiches, Inc. at 360 Wilson Road. Another airport item.
Mr. Mayor.
We haven't,
Oh,
Mr. Mayor, we haven't voted.
Oh, I thought we had just done it. Sorry. Are we ready to do it, or was there more discussion?
Ready.
All right, sorry.
We're ready.
All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Now we have taken the money and we can move on to the property lease with Ben Sandwiches. Are we ready for motion here, or how the board like to proceed? Councilor Paul.
I'm happy to make the motion to approve and recommend the leasing to the city council and the rest of the recommended action, so that we don't have to read them all.
Very good.
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Pine. Discussion of item 3.04. Seeing no more discussion, we will go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you. And we have a couple more airport items. Authorization to sign 3.05. Authorization to sign a short-term property lease with Casella Waste Systems, Inc. for staging of materials in the airport quarry. How would the board like to proceed? Councilor Pine.
I would move to approve and recommend the leasing of certain identified space at the Burlington International Airport to Casella Waste Systems, and to authorize the mayor to execute leases subject to final review and approval by the city attorney.
Excellent. Is there further discussion? Do we need a second? Sorry, we need a second. Councilor Paul seconds it. Now further discussion. President Tracy.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to ask the airport team if they could just clarify and that no trash or hazardous materials will be stored on site, that it's really just empty, clean dumpsters and other materials on the site. Is that my proper reading?
Yes, Councilor Tracy, that's the way it's written within the permit, Act 250 and representation to the city and the group.
Okay, great. Yeah, that was my reading of it. I just wanted to make sure that that was on the record, that just to avoid any contamination problems or anything.
Very well documented in that.
Thank you.
Excellent. Further discussion. Okay, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. And that brings us to 3.06, request to approve acceptance of a grant with the FAA for the rehabilitation and construction of Terminal Apron Terminal Apron Phase 7. We're ready for a motion.
So moved.
Councilor Jang, thank you. Second by Councilor Paul. Further discussion. Okay, we will go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. And I think that gets us through all the airport items. Thank you, airport team. Good to see you all as always.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, authorization to execute amendments for master on-call agreements for engineering services, DPW. How would the board like to proceed on this one? Thank you for coming in, Chapin. President Tracy.
Could we please have a brief introduction just to the item?
Yep, absolutely. Chapin, go ahead, and it's been a little while since this was an innovation a couple years ago. There may be people on the board who weren't around when it was, so if you could orient us all, that'd be great.
Great. I'm going to have City Engineer Norm Baldwin and Senior Engineer Susan Molson speak to it, but it is in essence really a force multiplier for the city now that we've been trying to catch up on deferred capital reinvestment in the city. That the city's team has grown modestly, but not to be able to handle the full workload. And we have been able, through this on-call contract, ability to ramp up quickly and be able to put out more capital projects than we would otherwise. Norm and Susan?
Yeah, I would just add, that summarizes it pretty well, but I would just add that there's a balance of funds available still to do more work, and we want to make use of that. So this is the ask, and it ties to some of our work in the near term. For instance, Winooski Avenue design that we need technical support from consultants to help us push ahead. So these are the kind of things that we're waiting on until we get approval for this or authorization for this work.
Great. It can really, for these small contracts, the thinking behind this is it can really accelerate we go through the procurement process, the vetting, the competitive bidding, and then it allows us to move quickly when more quickly than we would project by project basis.
Yes, we've heard from our consultants that they spend a considerable amount of time assembling proposals for small projects, and it's a challenge for both city staff and consultants to spend the time developing those proposals and competitive bids for what is really small projects. That with this process in place, we can make things happen quickly without an extensive amount of work on both sides of the table. But also, we've made a point to share this work among the group of consultants that we believe are capable and competent of doing the work. So it's been very successful so far.
Councilor Pine, I think I saw a hand up.
Yeah, I was just trying to get a clarification on the amount that we are approving is 300,000, and then there's an additional 170 that we already approved in the FY21 budget. Is that right? So it's actually 470. Is that the total?
Susan, maybe you can speak to the specific numbers. What I understand is there's a balance available, I think like 260 in total beyond that's left of the 1 million that was approved in the original plan, but maybe Susan can clarify.
Okay.
Sure. So the total amount is 1 million, which has been approved and is what we're continuing to ask for in these contracts, in the master agreements. It was specific. We called out $300,000 each fiscal year, not to exceed $1 million total. So we're basically asking to extend that through fiscal year 21. The last approval through the board and city council was for fiscal year 20. And so now, since we have, as Norm said, we have a remaining balance, it's about 170 after a couple that were executed at the end of June. So that 170,000 is what we're hoping to continue to spend in the next fiscal year, in addition to the contracts that have already been awarded and are continuing throughout the next fiscal year.
So therefore, it's a carry forward of 170 and an allocation of 300 in this fiscal year in addition to that carry forward. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yes. So we had set the cap at 300,000 each fiscal year in order to ensure that we are balancing out the work among the 6 consultants. So we're just resetting that threshold for the new fiscal year.
And then my only last question is the balance of 170. That seems rather high. Is that due to COVID and some slowdown during the COVID period? And do you expect that to be not as much an issue going forward this year?
Yep, it was some to do with slowdown and just our ability to execute all of the contracts that we wanted to before the end of the fiscal year. So there's other work that you'll see that was included, the specific projects included in the memo. Many of them are still continuing through the next fiscal year. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Pine. And further questions? Are we ready for a motion? President Tracy.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve and recommend that the City Council authorize the Director of Public Works to execute amendments to the Master On-Call agreements for professional engineering services in amounts not to exceed $300,000 in FY 2021 per agreement with Clow, Harbor and Associates, Dubois and King, Hoyle, Tanner and Associates, Resource Systems Group, Stantec Consulting Services, and VHB, subject to prior review and approval of the City Attorney's Office. And 2, to approve and recommend that the City Council authorize the Director of Public Works to execute the individual work assignment contracts under the Master On-Call agreements for professional engineering services with designated on-call consultants for amounts up to $100,000 each, but not to exceed $1 million in aggregate over FY 2019, FY 2020, and FY 2021, without the need to obtain further approval from the Board of Finance and City Council, and subject to the prior review and approval of the City Attorney's Office.
Thank you, President Tracy. That was a mouthful. Is there a second? Councilor Pine. Seconded by Councilor Pine. And now further discussion. Are we ready for a vote? I think we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. And that brings us to 3.08, extension of due date for first installment of property taxes to September 14th. Thank you to CAO Shad for the memo and explanation on this. Are there further questions, or are we ready to go straight to a motion? Councilor Paul.
Thanks. I would I would recommend it that the council approve the attached resolution.
Thank you, Councilor. Sorry, I think I heard a second. Councilor Pine seconds it. Further discussion? Excellent. We'll go. And CEO Shad, is there anything you want to add at this point, or is there anything? Just, I know this has been a kind of confusing issue to people.
Not unless there are questions. I would just say I'm pleased that this has gotten a lot of publicity. I saw that it was picked up by WCAX, which was really appreciated. And just for everyone to know, instead of paying your bill on August 12th, every taxpayer of Burlington will be able to pay their first installment of property taxes on September 14th without any penalty. If you applied for and also received relief from your June payment and were expecting to pay that on August 12th, then that would also be due on September 14th. And just want to thank the state for their flexibility. They did cause part of this problem, but they have been very helpful in helping us to accommodate it. And I hope that it provides additional flexibility for taxpayers. It's only a month, but every little bit that we can do helps.
Thank you. We will go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Are there any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. And that brings us to 3.09. Authorization for paying agent and successor bond trustee for city revenue bonds and certificates of participation. Are we ready to move on this item? Councilor Paul, oh, sorry.
That's all right. I mean, I'm happy to make the to recommend the council approve the attached resolution. I think it would be helpful for anyone who's watching to understand what exactly is going on.
Okay, good. Why don't we get a second, and then we'll go to the CEO for explanation. Councilor Pine, thank you for the second. Catherine or Rich, do you want to explain this?
Rich, why don't you take this one? I appreciate your hard work on it. And again, you've been saving the city money, and the taxpayers and councilors should know about it. So why don't you give us a quick briefing? You are muted still though, Rich.
Thank you.
There you go.
So the city did a formal RFP for a trust agent. We were utilizing US Bank that had purchased the People's Bank. We did a formal RFP because we were looking for better services at a lower price. So we did just that. Zion's had the winning proposal. What does a trust do? A trust makes sure that we are in compliance with our bonds, that we're disclosing to the bondholders changes in our ratings. They're ensuring that money that we borrow is being spent appropriately. The other thing that the trustee will do is they help facilitate payments that are made on the bonds. How is this being paid for? This is typically paid for their services at the closing of a bond or the sale of a financial instrument. Any questions on that?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Councilor Pine.
I just wanted to point out the name struck me, so I did look it up earlier today. It's just I hadn't heard of it. It turns out it was actually founded by Brigham Young, the Mormon. So I just wanted to make sure it was not a Mormon-owned institution. It seemed like kind of a as a church owning a bank and us doing. It just felt kind of funny, and so they sold their interest in it about 60 years ago. So just as reassurance to the people, that is not what we're doing, investing in a religious related bank.
That is correct.
Thank you for that due diligence, Councilor Pine. All right, looks like we might be ready for action. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. We are at 3.10, and then we have a couple more to follow that are Board of Finance approval only. Sorry, we have to, okay. I think we have the moved item as well, right? So 3.10, recommendation for banking and cash management services. Are we ready for a motion here?
Sure.
Thank you, Councilor Pine.
I recommend and approve the City Council authorize the Chief Executive Officer to enter into a banking and cash management services agreement with KeyBank for a term of 3 years and up to 2 additional 1-year terms based on the city's review and satisfaction with contract performance, subject to review and approval of the city attorney.
Thank you, Councilor Pine. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Paul. Discussion? Great. This has been a good relationship. Really, they've been committed to the city for some time now, KeyBank, even when going back some years now. So all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries unanimously. Now we will deal with the moved item, the former 4.02, now 3.11, request authorization to execute property rights acquisition agreement in support of reestablishing St. Paul Street right away between Bank and Cherry Street. I think I did see Jeffrey Glassberg is here and on the call. And Jeff, you've done a bunch of work on this. Perhaps you could share with the board just briefly where we're at with this and what we've done.
Sure. And Norm, do you have those visuals that we can share at some point as well?
I do.
Okay, great.
Do you want me to share screen now, or?
I think it might make sense to do a quick visual. It will help describe what we're looking at. So the opportunity as...
Can everybody see that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Go ahead, Jeff, sorry.
So the opportunity to reconnect St. Paul Street is part of the eventual development of the City Place site. In order to accommodate the redevelopment of St. Paul Street, the current design that the city has undertaken would require the acquisition of a small piece of ground from the owner of 150 Bank Street. And it is the shaded parcel that in this visual, Norm, if you could put the cursor on that, it's that triangle that would expand the base of St. Paul Street in order to accommodate its reconnection. As part of the overall plan as well, the owner of 150 Bank Street would lose access to Bank Street. They currently have a drive-through that connects where the cursor is on the western side of their building. That would be closed, and that area up to Norm, if you headed north along the building about 2/3 of the way, would be landscaped. So the owner of the 150 Bank Street property has agreed to give the city an option to acquire that approximately 650 square foot piece of ground as part of this easement, and to reconfigure their site to allow for the closure of that existing exit onto Bank Street and to take their exit onto the new St. Paul Street. In the process of doing all that, they would lose 3 parking spaces from their parking lot in addition to the 650 square feet approximately of ground. They've been a cooperative landowner. They're not seeking substantial compensation for the ground itself, $2,500. They are seeking compensation for the loss of 3 parking spaces at a rate of $10,000 per space. As the Board of Finance, I think you have a sense of how expensive parking may be. So that's a nice concession from that landowner. Further, this is an option. So the city has the opportunity to enter into this agreement to acquire this property on those terms, but is not required to act on that. No money is due at this time, and the city would have up to 2 years to exercise its option to acquire the property once the agreement is executed.
Thank you, Jeff. The floor is open for discussion. President Tracy.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wondering how, and this may be a question for City Engineer Baldwin, but just wanting to speak to how this changes and interfaces with the complete streets design of Cherry Street and the reconnected Pine Street, and how this will aid in flow, and as well as not only flow but also safety for pedestrians, cyclists, folks using wheelchairs, all the different groups that may be using the street, and wanting to understand how this may contribute or maybe some challenges that may be presented by this different alignment.
Yeah, so the answer to that question, Max, is that it really improves the more direct alignment with the St. Paul Street just to the south, which is an important piece to why we're needing this piece of property as opposed to an offset intersection. And as you know, the transit center is just north of this proposed block segment of St. Paul between Bank and Cherry. And so we've identified this as a transit corridor as well for north-south access. So all these things combined is why we've pushed to really kind of acquire this piece of property in this process. Otherwise, it would be less than desirable in many different ways.
Can I just have one quick follow-up?
Go ahead.
So will there be will the crosswalks be clear and in this arrangement? Because I know that's not this, but I just want to make sure that if there is that alignment there, would this be a signalized intersection? I don't think so.
No, it'd be stop control, I believe.
Okay, all right, thank you.
So, and then the other piece of it is that there is a mid-block crosswalk along this proposed segment. I'm sure you've seen it in the past, but it remains in the plan set.
Thank you.
Councilor Pine.
So just to ask a couple questions here, this is a no-cost option for 2 years that does not obligate the city to go forward and close on this transaction, correct?
Correct.
And if we do go forward in that time period, we are paying $10,000 for each lost parking space and $2,500 for essentially the value of the underlying land. Or not really the value of it, but the easement of the use of that land, not the ownership of that land. We would have an easement on it, but they would retain ownership.
Actually, there would be a boundary line adjustment, so the city would take title to that ground.
Yeah.
Okay. And these costs would be part of the TIF investment in the project. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So next we'll be seeing something different or similar, but for Pine Street as well, right? We will be doing something similar on Pine Street.
Correct. That was mentioned in the memo, and we've been working with the successor owner of the former People's Bank United property to secure that easement for a sidewalk extension associated with Pine Street.
And then to Norm, really, the engineering issue. I've looked at that intersection many times after this project was proposed and thought, this looks really tricky. And I'm thinking just about all the multimodal question about, is this intersection going to be challenging for everybody, for bicyclists, buses, cars, is it going to be a challenging, because that shift, that offset nature of that, is that engineers probably hate that stuff, right?
Well,
I
think it's important to, this lot line adjustment doesn't really, sorry if I'm misunderstanding your point, Councilor Pine, but one shouldn't evaluate the new design based on this document. I don't know if we're able to, this reconciles with the final design, but this is essentially a lot line adjustment over the existing condition, not what the new design will look like.
That's helpful, thanks. Yeah.
It's not the most elegant of intersection. I mean, it still has some challenges, but having this adjustment allows for a significant improvement and sort of addressing it helps with the offset issues. Are you trying to bring up the design, Norm?
Yeah, I was going to further explain that the existing condition, if we didn't get this realignment, we would continue to have the driveway access to Milat property adjacent to what would be the proposed new St. Paul Street, and that would be problematic. And so this is intended to consolidate the driveway with this access point for St. Paul Street and improve pedestrian access east-west at this intersection. Obviously, it's not perfect in the fact that it's offset, but certainly it can function far better than any other solution that we've come up with or thought through.
Okay. And is the geometry such that that's the best option? If you'd requested more land, would that have been problematic for the negotiation, or doesn't it really is it not beneficial enough to the goal of the project to get a little more of that driveway if you could?
Well, as it relates to Milat property, I think this is what the best you're going to get and what we would propose, and this is how we arrived at where we are. But if you look further north, it's a BTC property. That's the existing LL Bean building, and that causes the jog. It's not necessarily this piece. So it's more of the upstream issues that affect the alignment than anything else, but we still believe the alignment can work and will work and work well.
Thank you. That's it.
Any further discussion? Just for someone joining this conversation, or it's worth. I just want to remind people. It's unfortunately we don't have the visual here but the plan that this reconciles with is a plan that has gotten quite a bit of massaging and review by the TUC in the past, and we've had, if memory is not fully failing here, we have sort of conceptual designs for this approved. So this is land. This is land acquisition consistent with the conceptual design that went through a process, and there was pretty good level of satisfaction with it. It is not an ideal design because of the historic nature, because we allowed the building of that building, as the city engineer just pointed out, in the ideal alignment, and that building is not going away, but it does, it definitely is an improvement over what it could be, and this acquisition helps significantly. All right, if there's no further hands, I don't believe we have a motion. Sorry if I'm wrong, but I don't believe we have a motion yet. Is anyone prepared to make a motion at this point? Councilor Pine.
I would move to approve and recommend the city council authorize the mayor to enter into the attached agreement to convey real property and grant easements with My Lot 150 Burlington Properties LLC, subject to prior review and approval of the city attorney.
Thank you, Councilor Pine. Seconded by President Tracy. Further discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Jeff, for being here, as well as Chapin and Norm. And we will go now to, I believe, the final item.
Excellent, thank you.
Final item is 4.02 request. Sorry, that was 4.02. Final item is 4.01 request for approval to enter into a contract with Structural Preservation Systems LLC, Westlake Garage concrete repairs. Chapin, would you like to say something to kick this off?
I just want to acknowledge that we have with us Jeff Paget, who's the Assistant Director of Parking and Traffic. He has served in that role as interim for about a year. And I'm pleased to announce to the Commission that just today, as his first day as a regular city employee, taking on this role, and will help us navigate the parking enforcement merger and many other things.
Great first day. Thanks, Chapin.
Congratulations, Jeff, and welcome aboard, fully aboard.
Thank you.
Would you like to kick it off, Jeff, in any way, or we right?
It's a fundamentally pretty simple story. Hoyle Tanner did a report in 2018, identified a number of preventative repairs that needed to be done to the facility, crack repairs, leak control. Some of those were on the third floor, some of them on the second floor. The third floor is owned actually by the hotel, so they took care of those, and we're taking care of the second floor. So that's what this is all related to, is known repairs that were identified by Hoyle Tanner in 2018.
Excellent. Are we ready for a motion? And this is an item just for for Board of Finance only approval. Questions or a motion, Councilor Paul? Oh, you're muted, Councilor Paul.
Sorry about that. There actually isn't, it's just a communication. So there really is no, it's information.
No, there's a motion.
I'll make that motion.
There's a
Oh,
motion
I'm
at the end of
sorry.
it.
I apologize. I'm on the wrong. I've been listening and I haven't advanced. Sorry about that. I think
No
that
worries.
motion may go ahead.
So Councilor Pine, go ahead.
Sure, to authorize the Director of DPW to utilize the fund balance from the 265 parking facilities in quotations fund for repairs to the Westlake Garage, to authorize the Director of DPW to enter into a contract with Structural Preservation System LLC in the amount of $89,996 plus $10,000 in contingency funds, totaling $99,996, subject to review and approval of the City Attorney's Office.
Thank you, Councilor Pine. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Paul. Discussion. Councilor Jang.
Thank you, Mayor. I think we did all receive an email from a tourist who sent, some concern about this specific garage. And I think those, if I remember correctly, it has other components such as lighting, security, as well as cleanliness. And was just wondering if there are plans to respond to those concerns as well after we move forward to this repair piece.
Yeah, absolutely. We're actually working on all of those things right now. Our maintenance crew's been very busy. They've pressure washed all 3 interior towers at the Marketplace Garage, repainted all of them. They've pressure washed the whole deck at the Marketplace Garage. Now they're moving over to and repainted all of the lines on all the parking stalls, and they're moving over to the Lakeview and College Street Garage this week and next to do the same over there. They're actively swapping out light bulbs right now. They're very engaged in improving the aesthetic of the garage. Actually, I was talking to the garage foreman this morning, And he said straight up, said to me, hey, the marketplace garage is starting to look the way it's supposed to. So at least internally, they're seeing the crew on the ground is seeing improvement. The proof is in the pudding, and we'll see what the visitors say, but we are absolutely focused on making these garages shine.
Thank you so much for the great turnaround to take action in making it beautiful as it can be. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Jang. President Tracy, and then Councilor Pine.
Have I know that we have a number of bargaining unit employees who work in the garages. Has this been sort of how does this interface with those employees and, and with the work that is kind of ongoing in garages? I'm meaning to say, like, has this been in collaboration with, or have you been working with garage employees on this and disrupt their work in any way?
No, this is specialty work that they wouldn't do as a matter of their daily work, but it will definitely help them in the sense that there won't be leaks all over the place. Every time there's a leak, there's drips and it stains, and it's not a pretty sight. So that that affects them in the sense that they won't have to clean up after a lot of that. So
okay, all right, thank you.
Councilor Pine.
And lastly, I just want to note that this was an unusual arrangement for the city to be owning this garage, because it was at the last minute what was necessary in order for the overall development to happen at Westlake. They could not afford to build the garage and put it on the price of the units when they were selling the units. So the city, essentially through BCDC, agreed to do this. The understanding being that eventually the transfer would occur, because it's fundamentally serves primarily the Westlake condominium complex. There, as you mentioned, there are different floors, but the fact that we have this ownership in an entity that, ultimately we should probably be making a plan to phase out of, I think would be a good plan. So I just want to make sure that still is the thinking, and hear what your thoughts are on that, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Councilor Pine. And yes, so it's possible I might not get this exactly right, but when that transaction was created, and thank you, it's always awesome, your historic range on city projects. My understanding is that there was a clear agreement about what would happen at the end of the lease term, and the Westlake has the right to buy, and I think actually obligation to purchase at the end, which we are coming up on. I think we're about 5 years away from that at this point. We did have some discussions about, accelerating that, perhaps taking slightly less, kind of time value of money calculation. But at this point, I'm not sure that is going to happen. It could, but if there's no agreement to accelerate it, they will, and they are prepared to, and have been, I think, reserving to make that purchase at the end. Forget exactly the value. It's not millions, but it's several $100,000 that will be flowing back to the city when that is complete.
And just to clarify, this is the Westlake garage, not the Lakeview garage, which is truly the city's, the public's, and that's where I just want to make that distinction, so that when people hear Westlake, Lakeview, it's sometimes, it was once called the Filene's garage. So let's be clear, it's just that. We're talking about just that portion that is, related to both the hotel and the condominiums, and does have a floor of public parking, I believe, in the middle.
Yes, 50 spaces.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right. If there is no further discussion, we'll go to a vote on the motion. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. And the only other item on the agenda is the RRC EOC report. We're a little over time to get the work session started, but if there are any burning questions on that, we can speak to them. It's just a communication, no approval sought there. If I don't see any hands, I will adjourn momentarily. We'll hand it over to President Tracy to run the work session. So that's what I'll do. If there are no objections, we are adjourned at 6:35 p.m. as a Board of Finance. We'll see. I think we do not have another Board of Finance meeting for a month, which is nice. Thank you to the board for working to get through so many items, and thank you to everyone for getting work in so that we could get this done and take a little bit of a break. With that, President Tracy, turning it over to you.
Should we make a formal motion to adjourn, Mayor?
Certainly we can. Somehow I've gotten away for years with just saying if there's no objection, but if you'd like to make a motion, go for it.
Whatever.
I think if there's no objection, we're adjourned. Eileen's never had a problem with that before.
Okay, cool. Sounds good.
Hand it over to you.
All right, great. Sounds good. All right, so I will call to order the City Council meeting at 6:36. The first item before we get to the agenda item is the pledge. So if everyone would please rise. Thank you, councilors. The first item on the agenda is the agenda. Councilor Jang, are you prepared to offer a motion on the agenda for tonight's meeting?
Yes, I would like to make a motion to adopt the agenda of the following amendment, not written material for agenda item 2, work session on minimum parking requirements, and for agenda item 6003, ordinance comprehensive development ordinance minimum parking requirement ZA-2004 per David White, not written material for motion. Consent agenda item 5.17, communication, Rich Goldwyn, Director of Financial Operation, recommendation for banking and cash management service per DFO Goodman. Not written material for consent agenda item. Resolution 5.18, resolution authorization for paying agent and successor bound trustee for city revenue bound and certificates of participation, Board of Finance, per City Attorney Office of DFO Goodwin. Add to the consent agenda item 5.19, communications, Stephen A. Locke, Fire Chief, surplus equipment for motion to waive the reading, accept the communication and place it on file. Add to the consent agenda item 5.20, communication, Bill Gavin, police defending, with the motion to waive the reading, accept the communication and place it on file. Add to the consent agenda item 5.21, communication, Robert Bristol Johnson, impetus, necessity, and purpose of ranked choice voting, which with the action to waive the reading, accept the communication and place it on file. Add to the consent agenda item 5.22, communication, Vermont congressional delegates and state representative vote yes to allow voters of Burlington to consider ranked choice voting with the action to waive the reading, accept the communication and place it on file. Add Councilor Stornberg and Pine as co-sponsor for agenda item 6.05, resolution painting Black Lives Matter street mural on Burlington Street. Councilor Paul, Hightower, Polino, Shannon, Carpenter, Mason, per Councilor Paul. Note, revised resolution version of the agenda item per Councilor Paul, removed from the agenda item 6.06, resolution just economy charter change per Councilor Freeman, Stromberg, Hanson, Tracy, and leave on the table per Councilor Freeman. Not revised version of agenda item 6.03, resolution placing question on ballot, charter change, ranked choice voting for mayor, city councilors and school commissioners. Charter change committee per city attorney office per Councillor Shannon. Hold on, I'm gonna move this down a little bit. Okay, per Councillor Shannon. Okay, Carpenter, Mason, the not revised agenda version of agenda item 6.06 resolution placing question on ballot. Charter change, ranked choice voting for mayor, city council, and ad commissioners. Charter change committee for city attorney office for Councillor Shannon. Not supplemental, no supplemental material for the agenda item per Councillor Hanson and Robert Britson Johnson. Add to the consent agenda 6.10 appointment Church Street Marketplace Commissioner, the terms that expire on 6/30/23. So move. But also I would like to make a motion for the deliverable agenda item number 6.10 to be the first agenda item at the deliverable. Mr. Max Tracy.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Jones, for that very long motion. Very much appreciate the assistance with that. So you're basically saying that you would like to deal with the Church Street Marketplace appointment first on our deliberative agenda.
Yes.
Okay, all right, I understand, that makes sense. We have a motion on the agenda. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Pine. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, we have our agenda and we will now move to our work session on parking minimums. And I believe that Director White will be taking over from here and giving us a little bit of an explanation and orientation as to what we're going to be discussing this evening. Thank you so much for all your work on this, as well as I believe Megan Tuttle's also done quite a bit on this as well. So really appreciate you being with us and being willing to give us some orienting information, taking a vote on this item. Go ahead, Director White.
Great. Thank you very much, President Tracy. Glad to see you all here on this much cooler evening. I want to give you a little bit of background information as a starting point, and then I'll jump into the kind of specific elements of the proposed zoning amendment. So back in April, the mayor announced a plan to convene a housing summit. That housing summit resulted in 2 different sessions and a lot of work that really looked to bring focus and urgency and resolution to 5 key areas of unfinished business from the Housing Action Plan. And specifically related to zoning, those included improvements to the ordinance with regard to accessory dwelling units, which was approved by the council earlier this year, minimum parking, and short-term rentals, which is still actively under discussion by the Planning Commission and the council's ordinance committee. So back in January, the Planning Commission initiated their discussion of the minimum parking requirements, and they concluded those discussions in March with this recommendation to you. This is really part of a much larger conversation going on all around the country, really all around the world, around the efficacy of and utility of requiring on-site parking with new development, really championed by Dr. Shoup, pictured here. His work his book, The High Cost of Free Parking, is known around the world as kind of the seminal work and really underlying some of the economic and social discord that's created by requiring parking with new development. The work that he's done has really taken off like wildfire around the country with really hundreds of communities that have taken a serious look at their parking requirements and come to the realization that parking is really undermining nearly all of their primary land use and development objectives with regard to creating affordable housing and supporting public transit and improving community and economic vitality. And that certainly is the case here in Burlington. A year ago, February, the Institute of Transportation Engineers, the folks that actually publish the parking generation manual, themselves came out with a strong endorsement of the elimination of parking minimums through zoning. And requiring parking as part of new development hasn't really always been a thing here in Burlington. Back to the original zoning ordinance in 1947, there were no on-site parking requirements citywide. And it wasn't until 1962 where we saw some on-site parking requirement with an exemption for the downtown area, which was further limited in 1973. And it wasn't until 1986 that that on-site parking was required citywide, and that was really in exchange for new building heights to be required in the downtown area. So what we're trying to accomplish here is to remove a significant barrier to the creation of new housing. We know that that parking adds a significant cost to any new development, and particularly to the cost of individual housing units. It also consumes a tremendous amount of space. That space that might otherwise be utilized by some more productive use of land, whether that's housing or whether that's some other form of development. We know that almost 40% of Burlington workers don't drive to work. They walk, they ride their bikes, they take transit. And about 15% of citywide households don't even own a car. And that's almost 20%, 25% in some neighborhoods. So by requiring parking associated with every new housing unit, new development in the city, we're requiring people who don't even own a car to pay for the cost of a parking space that they won't even use. So we're specifically looking to target specific types of housing development where the cost of housing is an even larger burden. Affordable housing, the rehabilitation of historic buildings, and to make more efficient use of the parking spaces that we already have. So the proposal as it was approved by the Planning Commission begins with the creation of a mixed-use multimodal parking district. This was formerly known as the Downtown Parking District. Back in 1987, when the ordinance was amended, we created 3 parking districts to really reflect the reality that parking demand is very context sensitive. And in so doing, our parking requirements were adjusted based on those parking districts. So in this amendment, we expand the downtown parking district to create a mixed-use multimodal parking district where there are no minimum on-site parking requirements. So this includes the downtown and the waterfront area, the neighborhood activity centers and the mixed-use districts, and the first 200 feet of depth of properties with frontage along major thoroughfares in the city. So it's that dark blue area that you see on the map. The amendment also enables an administrative permit to modify the on-site parking requirements of any existing development that has a parking requirement, where they could come in and repurpose that land or that part of the building to a more productive use. And it exempts specific types of development from on-site parking, regardless of where they're located. That's any permanently affordable housing units, the rehabilitation of listed historic buildings, and accessory dwelling units. The amendment also looks to modernize the dimensional standards for parking, which ensures that the parking facilities that do get created, we know that parking is still going to get built in many cases, but we don't want that parking facility to be any larger than it really needs to be. So modernizing these standards allows for that. We particularly add dimensional requirements to facilitate the creation of tandem parking spaces, spaces for scooters and motorcycles that isn't currently in the ordinance. And we increased the proportion of compact parking spaces to 50%, again, to make for more efficient use of the space that is created. Another element is that we lower the maximum on-site parking requirement. So in our ordinance, we require a minimum amount of parking associated with any new development, and we limit it through a maximum amount. And in this case, through this amendment, we're proposing to lower that maximum, again, so that we're not creating excess parking in and around our city. And the last and pretty significant element of this proposal is to require transportation demand management for any new development that occurs within this new mixed-use multimodal parking district. Again, the dark blue area on the map. So any development within that district that also is large enough where it creates 10 or more dwelling units or a building footprint of 8,000 square feet or total 15,000 square feet of gross floor area. So this is the equivalent to our major impact threshold for development in the medium density residential district. And it captures about 88% of all of the housing units that were created between 2008 and 2018. The TDM requirement includes several specific elements of it. The first is outreach and education to be sure that either the tenants of the property or the employees of the business are made aware of the TDM options that are available to them by appointing a central point of contact, providing informational materials and record keeping of participation. The TDM benefit itself needs to be made available to all tenants and employees, and that is a transit pass offered at a minimum subsidy of 28%. So a developer or an employer could choose to purchase those passes from Green Mountain Transit and provide them to their constituents at that discount, or they could choose to become a member of a transportation management association with an equivalent or better benefit. So an example of a transportation management association is CATMA. You're familiar with the work of CATMA, largely related to the work they've done with the institutions over the last many years, but they have expanded both their constituents as well as their offerings, including the city of Burlington is now a member of CATMA, as are many private businesses around the city. And make note that Cambrian Rise has been working closely with CATMA in order to provide transportation demand management benefits to its tenants. Another element of the TDM requirement is where parking is built, that it needs to be managed. That an annual utilization study of all the parking needs to be done. If spaces are leased to offsite users, it's limited to a one-year renewable term so that so that you can facilitate turnover and make sure that those spaces are being fully utilized. The cost of parking is unbundled from a lease or a deed. That's very important to disassociate the cost of parking from the cost of housing and allow people to make that choice as to whether I want a parking space, do I need a parking space, and am I willing to pay for it? That's an option for affordable housing. It's not a requirement. And to create priority spaces for handicap spaces, for motorcycles and car share vehicles, car share and van pool vehicles. I'm juggling two screens here, so I'm getting ahead of myself. The last element of the proposal then includes a TDM agreement for the developer, where they sign an agreement that agrees to implement the measures of the TDM plan as it was approved, or as they presented and as it was approved. They acknowledge that they have no claim to the ongoing availability of on-street parking or public parking in their area. So if at some point in the future the city decides that it needs to remove that on-street parking in order to add a bike lane or to do some other configuration of the right-of-way, they've already acknowledged that they have no right to those parking spaces and that they've accommodated what they understand their parking demand to be in other ways, and to acknowledge the risk of enforcement and penalties for non-compliance. You know, all of this is inherent to having a zoning amendment, a zoning permit anyways, but this just kind of puts it out there up front when a developer goes through this process, that they understand what those requirements are of them. The review and approval of the transportation demand management plan is by the zoning administrative officer, who will also provide information and guidelines for the applicants, what TDM resources are available in the community and how they can access them, and ensure that no zoning permit or certificate of occupancy is granted if there is not an approved TDM agreement in effect. And finally, as part of the presentation, I just note that there are a number of TDM measures that are the various TDM measures that are included in this proposal really serve to complement an already robust set of TDM measures that are already found in other parts of the zoning ordinance, as well as available in the community. So when you look at the amendment as it's proposed, it talks about transit. It doesn't talk about bike parking. Well, bike parking is a separate element of the ordinance. It's already included in there, so there's no need to repeat it. And this table just highlights the myriad of TDM measures that are found within the zoning ordinance, as well as those services that are offered within the community as a whole. So I think that, last slide. As part of the council resolution last fall that sent this work to the Planning Commission, there was the request to also include proposal to update the city's impact fees and regulations as a mechanism to be sure that we're generating revenue necessary that supports the capital requirements that may be associated with increasing transit use, increasing bicycle and pedestrian use around the community. That we have a request for proposals that's been prepared in order to do that, as well as through the conversations with the Planning Commission and the Ordinance Committee around mobility in general, and a desire to create really a citywide and comprehensive integrated mobility plan. These are two projects that are separate from the zoning amendment, but certainly related, and are things that we'll look to undertake once funding becomes available to undertake these initiatives. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, President Tracy, and I'm happy to entertain any questions.
Thank you very much. I certainly appreciate that. If you could just get us out of, stop sharing your screen just so that we can, that's easier. It's better for the members of the public. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Okay, Counselor. So we're going to get into questions and discussion here. Just want to note that we do have this on the deliberative agenda as an item, but hoping we can get a lot of questions answered to facilitate that item moving. And in that context, but I didn't want us to take a vote on that prior to the public forum. So we've got about a half hour before that public forum for discussion. So I just want to open up the floor and see if anyone has questions or comments on what's been presented tonight on this item. Councillor Hightower, and then Councillor Hanson and Councillor Pine. Go ahead, Councillor Hightower.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. That was helpful background. I already sent you an email flagging some of my concerns, which is I do think there's some more bureaucratic processes involved in this that don't necessarily help us accomplish some of our climate goals, some of our transportation goals, some of our TDM goals. And I think there's also kind of a lack of accomplishment. I want to start by saying I agree with all of the philosophy. I agree with the findings. I think I don't necessarily agree with some of the ordinance language, which I get is proposed later. And I'm happy to talk about that now or later, or whatever makes sense. But I think there's definitely some tightening that needs to be done to make sure that we're achieving our goal with the actual ordinance as you kind of listed them in this presentation.
Thank you, Councillor Hightower. Councillor Hanson, go ahead.
Great, yeah. I would agree with what Councillor Hightower has said, and I've been involved pretty heavily with this since the beginning, even though I wasn't on the joint committee. I attended almost all of those meetings, and now I'm on the ordinance committee. But I think, yeah, I think I'm hopeful, I'm excited. I think this policy could really be a game changer and will be a game changer. I do think there's adjustments that we could still make at this point, and I've done a lot of outreach work. I've been talking a lot with Car Share Vermont, who are really experts on TDM. I've been speaking with CATMA, the Transportation Management Authority that we have locally. I've been talking to developers. I've been talking to housing folks, sustainable transportation advocates, and as well as with the mayor and with David and Megan at Planning and Zoning. And I think there's a lot of overlap in terms of the philosophy, in terms of the values, and I think we can with some changes, we could really get to a place that I think will be better for all parties. I think we're close, but I do agree with Councillor Hightower that I think right now we have certain requirements in there that are somewhat that have some level of administrative burden and some cost for the developer, but don't necessarily optimize the impact per dollar spent or per time spent. And I think we can continue to optimize that a little bit better and try to create a system that is both a little bit simpler while also getting more impact per dollar spent and time spent. So I could get more into the weeds. I don't know if it's appropriate here, but I think what would be best is that given that we do have a month before our next council meeting where we're going to look at this again, I think it would be really beneficial to refer this to the ordinance committee to allow us to iron out some of those details. And I really am hopeful and do believe that we can make some improvements that all parties will be happy about. So that's kind of where I'm at on this. And I've talked pretty extensively with the mayor and other councilors about that.
Thank you, Councillor Hanson. I have Councillor Pine and then no one else in the queue, so others can give a wave if they're interested in that. Go ahead, Councillor Pine.
Thanks, Mr. President. The issue of downtown parking minimums is something that has been discussed for many years, and I think it's important for us to recognize that it's really parking minimums in the downtown were created in a time period when our focus was not on smart growth, was not focused on reducing our carbon impact, our carbon our carbon reduction goals had not been fully developed or had really not been, if you will, socialized, if in the sense that the public had not really embraced the notion that we need to do things differently. We need to move people differently and find ways to encourage that. And so I've always believed that in a downtown, certainly in a residential development setting, that the market largely drives parking. Parking gets created if you can build housing where parking demand is quite low, you're going to see a lot less parking. It's sort of a chicken and egg issue, though. If we keep just building more parking to go with development, we're just encouraging higher and higher rates of car ownership and car utilization. So at some point, we have to make that tough decision as a public policy objective. What I really don't see here that I believe is needed is the idea that if we lower the financial cost of building parking to developers, we should be capturing some of that savings to support, maybe through impact fees or call it something else if we need to, but to support transit. Transit is the solution. And if we just say parking minimums are no longer applicable, and you can build whatever parking you think is needed and your financing source tells you need and the market suggests you need, but I think we're losing an opportunity. I think the loss of opportunity here is going to be huge over the next coming years, and that we really need to find a way to essentially capture what I think is savings, dollars that the developer is ultimately saving in their project, and capture some of those dollars to support our public policy objective of increasing ridership, increasing opportunity in transit. That's really to me, the corollary to reducing parking minimum. So to do a parking minimum reduction, but not do the other piece is, I think, it's like, I don't know, brushing half your teeth or something. It just feels really not like the right way to go. So I hope we'll look at that again.
Thank you, Councillor Pine. I have Councillor Mason and then no one else in the queue. So if I missed you, give another wave. Go ahead, Councillor Mason.
Excuse me. Thank you, President Tracy. Thank you, Councillor Pine, for those comments. We've had a bit of just for a little bit of how we got here. This was a joint commission that looked at this, consisting of the Planning Commission and the Ordinance Committee. At this point in time, I'm the only surviving member of the Ordinance Committee. Both Councillors Busher and Roof are no longer with us. The plan had been for behind the joint committee was to, in essence, allow input from both, the council as well as the Planning Commission, with a hope and expectation of not having to go through the process twice. I respect that there are maybe some limited issues relating to TDM that Councillor Hansen's been working on. I have to confess I'm not aware exactly, so I can't weigh in on my views on them, but my hope or my expectation is this will be referred to ordinance on a somewhat limited basis, not to spend, because these are complicated issues. I have to be, and to speak to Councillor Pine's comment, that is something that the committee was well aware of. I think it was very helpful to hear in the committee process from some of the developers, in particularly, I don't think it's as simple as saying if we lower the minimums, they're going to build to the minimum, so there's savings. We heard a lot from Eric Farrell, who was describing some of the challenges he was facing, as a new developer making. The reality is, regardless of, if you were to build at the minimums, people want more parking. He is doing everything that he can, whether, building a bus terminal on site, bike racks. Eric seems to have bought in with the philosophy that we're adhering to. The challenge is not all of his residents have. So there's a bit of a push-pull, in terms of believing there's savings and developers somewhat saying it's not what you think it is. I appreciate it's not an exact science, but to Councillor Pine's comment, I want to make everyone aware that is something we did discuss at length, and this was in reality a compromise. I mean, nothing's perfect, but this represented sort of, I would say, a compromise from the different sides that were present at the table as we move through the process. So with that, I'll turn it back over. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. I have Councillor Shannon and then no one else after that. So give a wave if you're interested in speaking. Go ahead, Councillor Shannon.
I agree with Councillor Hansen that I think this would benefit from going back to the Ordinance Committee to look at some things, and also with Councillor Pine that I really like the aspect of it that decouples the cost of parking with the cost of housing, but think that without better transportation options, people don't really have the option to get out of the car. And I appreciate people who are young and fit and out there, out there on their bikes. But for a lot of people who are neither young nor fit and may have mobility issues, or people with families, it's a lot harder to disconnect from your vehicle. And there's also kind of a catch-22 where the more we are in our cars, the worse our traffic problems get. And then they cut service because it takes too long to, the routes have to be shortened. And that happened in my own neighborhood. The bus used to come through my neighborhood. It no longer does because the traffic on Pine Street got so bad. So that's kind of ironic that they actually shortened the route because the traffic is so bad. So it's a chicken and egg problem. And I think that it would be great if that could be addressed better in this ordinance. But on the other side of things, I also am concerned about what I'm hearing with regards to parking maximums. I know that when we have determined how many parking spaces any given business, sorry, any given business needs, we're often wrong by a lot. And it's not close to the needs for that business. And sometimes the maximums still don't provide enough parking for that business. And then they're looking for offsite parking solutions. They are parking into the neighborhoods. They create parking pressures elsewhere. And it can also, by saying we're going to limit parking in this way, that can determine what kind of businesses you have. And I don't know if you have looked at that, but I know as I don't generally do commercial real estate, but I have done enough of it just trying to kind of help friends, that a lot of our commercial real estate can't rent to a certain business that you may really want to have in your neighborhood, like a dance studio, because the parking needs for a dance studio are too high. So you'll limit certain kinds of businesses from being in the city just by virtue of the inability to park cars. And maybe that's okay with people, but I think it should at least be considered. What kind of businesses are kind of being excluded now? Like what are the businesses that have greater parking needs? And if David could correct me if I'm wrong, it was a little bit hard for me to blow up the map big enough to see exactly where this applies. It looked like it went down North Winooski Avenue, which would make sense because that is, you're targeting the major corridors there. But that's an area where we want businesses to be there. And, we had kind of a big tussle about bike lanes going in there and removing all the parking there. And then you limit how many parking spaces you can put in when you're trying to bring a business in there. I think it could be really limiting. So while I support getting out of our cars and providing the infrastructure that allows us to do so, and I think that we need to be investing in that, I think we also have to be cognizant of not taking a step too far, because we want to advance one and put some pressure to continue those advancements. But I don't think that we want to exclude businesses just by virtue of the fact that people are going to use cars to get there, because a lot of times those businesses also service the neighborhoods.
Thank you, Councilor Shannon. Director White, I believe Councilor Shannon had a question. Would you want to just address that or offer any clarification?
Yes, I believe the question was that the parking district goes up North Winooski Avenue, and that's correct. Runs through the residential portion of North Winooski Avenue, and then from North Street, the more mixed use part of North Winooski to Riverside, and then along Riverside.
Does that clarify for you, Councilor Shannon?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. So I didn't have any other councilors in the queue. Anyone else? I see you, Councilor Hanson, but anyone else who has not had a chance to speak yet? Okay, seeing none, go ahead, Councilor Hanson.
Great, thanks. No, I just wanted to respond to Councilor Mason in particular, in terms of the process to get here. Like I agree, there has been a lot of compromise along the way. And I think, just to lay this out there and kind of in the spirit of compromise, like my interests moving forward, and if this does go to ordinance committee, I'm not interested in really rehashing previous debates that we've already had. I think there were some clear areas where we just couldn't find agreement, and that's fine. And I get that. There's no point rehashing that. But I think there are some new options that I want to put forward that I think could actually find a lot of common ground on. And I'm curious to hear other folks' ideas as well. But I agree with Councillor Shannon's point that it's got to be simultaneous. Like, as we remove the parking minimums, we also need to do as much as we can to bolster alternatives so that people actually make those switches and those transitions in behavior that really justify the policy. So I'm glad to hear where folks are at. And again, I'm really excited. I think this could be a huge step forward. And then the other thing I would say is we also do need to, and this has been part of the conversation all along, but we need to think more broadly about it as well in terms of citywide transportation demand management, so that it's not just new development that's being addressed, as well as trying to update the transportation impact fees and modernize those so that they're not restricted to uses that aren't as helpful in terms of this transition, such as what Councillor Pine mentioned. They could be potentially used to support transit, but that's not the case right now. So both of those things I think are a little longer term and are going to take quite some time to pull together, but I think they're important that we set that vision out at the same time that we make these immediate changes for new developments.
Thank you, Councillor Hanson. Councillor Shannon, I do see you. Anyone else who has not gone on first round yet? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Shannon.
I'm sorry, I realized I forgot to ask one question, which is how, where are the lines drawn in terms of where new parking requirements come in? If you have an existing development and you go in and you have a new use that's going in, and so it might require a zoning change for the new use, is that going to trigger new parking requirements? Yeah, if you can just, maybe go into a little bit of detail as to when this gets triggered, even with existing buildings and businesses and
Sure.
changes in businesses and tenants.
So if the property, the business is within this new mixed-use multimodal parking district, there would be no parking requirement. So an applicant would come in with their changes, and that property is no longer subject to a parking requirement. So they wouldn't have to create new spaces in order to, if there was a net change in any way, and they could use the parking spaces they have on that site for some other purpose if they so desired. So there's no on-site parking requirement at all in that district. Doesn't mean that they won't create them. As you mentioned, some use, depending on the use, the need for parking is very different, depending on the use, depending on its location. But the ordinance would no longer require any on-site parking requirement in that district.
May I follow up?
Yes, absolutely. Go ahead, Councillor.
So whatever the new business is going in, no parking would be required.
Correct.
But if a business went in and they wanted to create more parking spaces, there is a parking maximum, correct?
Correct. So the maximum would remain. So if they wanted to create more parking in order to accommodate that new business, then we would calculate, or the zoning team would calculate, what is the maximum based on the configuration of uses on the lot. What is the maximum number of parking spaces that you could have on that lot? And they would be limited to that maximum. Now, there are exceptions to parking spaces that trigger that maximum. One example being any structured parking doesn't trigger the maximum, with the basic understanding that somebody's not going to build more structured parking than they absolutely need because it's incredibly expensive. And ultimately, we don't want to see a lot of surface parking. We want to see development on the land that is more intense and more cost effective.
May I still follow up? If there is, say there's a paved area that hasn't been used for parking, and they want to convert that area to parking, or perhaps it's just kind of a dirt area, can they, would there be any restrictions on converting that area for the parking use? Like, they have been used as a basketball court or something. So it's not expanding. You're not doing anything with the building to expand, but you have a new business going in there and you want to use the surrounding lot for parking that wasn't previously used for parking. Are you going to run into the parking maximum?
You would run into the parking maximum in that kind of situation because it's surface parking. So it's not exempt on its face. And, lot coverage requirements and other things that may limit the amount of space you could devote to parking or any other sort of impervious use. But yes, you could create more parking on that space in theory. But again, subject to the maximum ceiling.
Right. So you're always going to run into the lot coverage issues.
Yep.
And that's true today.
Yeah,
So that's not really a change. But if within the lot coverage, you're using more of the area of parking, then yeah, the parking maximums could come into play. I think I understand it. So that's all I was trying to do. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Shannon. Anyone on first round? I see you, Councilor Hightower. Okay, Councilor Hightower, go ahead.
I don't have a lot to add. This was mostly for Councilor Shannon, and I'm sure David would actually have more knowledge of this. But I've never had anyone, when I was on the DRB, which was admittedly not very long, it was just 2 years, but I've never had anyone request for a exception for the parking maximum. It's always, the conversation is usually around minimum. So I do feel like there's a trend for developers to want to build less parking because they're not seeing the same demand for it that they were. And so I think this is, again, really glad that David and the office is being proactive about bringing this up. I think that this is really encouraging building for the future that we're going towards anyway, and bringing it about a little bit faster. I don't think that developers are generally seeking to build more parking than we're allowing. That I have found is pretty rare.
Thank you, Councilor Hightower. I don't have anyone else in the queue. Anyone else looking to speak? Okay, Mayor Weinberger, go ahead.
Thank you, President Tracy. Appreciate the chance to weigh in. This is an issue that has long been, I've long felt was really important, and something that we just don't have right in our current ordinance. I think it's really quite a problematic element of our current ordinance. It's really interesting to me to hear the research that David laid out tonight, which has gotten richer over time, which shows both that hundreds of communities either have taken the action we're contemplating and gotten rid of these backwards kind of policy of these parking minimums that really create unintended results that we don't want. Or there's a huge number of cities that just never even had it in the first place. And we've been very, we came close as a council to taking action on this way back in my first year as mayor. We decided to take more time and try to get it right. I'm really hoping that we can find a consensus and find a way through this time. I want to make sure I'm encouraged. I've heard numerous councilors supporting it. It feels like we're on the cusp potentially of getting this done. As we consider it tonight, and when it comes back for further action, a key vote, I think, in a month, I hope we can all not lose sight. key, I think, to remember that this vote is about a number of things. There are transportation implications, which I want to speak to in a moment. At its core, I think this is a housing affordability issue. As David laid out, the cost of our current regulation can easily add tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars to the cost of a unit. We know that, going all the way back to the housing summit we had several years ago, the cost of parking can be as much as a third of the total cost of the unit. And if the zoning regulation is too strong, this is a chance to fix that and do away with that in a city that needs considerably more housing. The impact is not just that the housing that gets built costs more under our current regulation. There is, I think, a silent number we'll never know. One of the reasons we don't see more housing developments coming forward, I think, can be traced to this project. The current regulation is in many ways, in many times, I think, a project killer and just keeps housing from being created, which has a huge impact on affordability. So I hope that we can hold on to that. I do understand, and I'm sympathetic to the notion that as we're getting rid of these substantial costs, that there's this sense that frees up money that we should then put into alternative transportation. And I get that, and I do think there is an opportunity to do a limited amount of that. And I am supporting this being sent back to the ordinance committee to give another run at it with Councilor Hanson and Councilor Mason, who have worked on this so much. I really welcome Councilor Hanson framing it as not an attempt to kind of rehash the process that has gotten us here, but to make sure, I think there's the hope, and I came out of the conversation I had with Councilor Hanson earlier, hopeful that maybe there is a way, as Councilor Hightower suggested too, to kind of simplify this, cut through some kind of new rules here that are actually not going to propel us towards our goals as much as we want, and maybe have a greater impact with a simpler effort here. That isn't really something that was the thrust of the deliberations up until now. So I think that's worth another month to give it a try. And I'll put my back into it and work with the city team to give that a full chance of succeeding. It's not obvious we can do it, but we're going to try. And I support that. When it comes back in whatever form, I just hope that we don't, I really feel there's a risk here of the perfect being the enemy of the good. I think let's not lose sight of the fact that getting rid of this current parking requirement regime will in and of itself be a far greater boost to, as this unfolds over time and housing gets built without these subsidized, overly required spaces, that more than anything we can do around the edges in terms of generating new resources for alternative transportation, that change and housing being built without too much parking attached, that is going to be a powerful force in changing our transportation patterns, in creating users for the bus systems. And ultimately it is users of these alternative forms of transportation that makes those work. Let's try to get some more resources for this out of here, but if we go too far with it and we don't, address the underlying housing affordability issue and we continue to kill projects because we try to extract too much from every piece of new development, we won't make any progress towards our goal. And that's what I mean by the perfect being the enemy of the good. Let's give it one more chance, and then I hope we can finally, after years of work, take this important step forward to create many more homes for people who really need it in this community. Thanks, President Tracy.
Thank you, Mayor. I see Director White. If you can just finish up real quick, Director White, and then for any counselors, if you do have additional thoughts, we will be dealing with this on the deliberative, so you can again bring those. But Director White, if you could just finish up, please, because we do need to get to public forum.
Yes, absolutely. I just wanted to kind of make the point so that everybody understands it, that there's, in terms of, it's very difficult through the zoning ordinance in order to make significant improvements to the transportation system that we have in place. Impact fees is really the only tool that we have to generate any form of revenue in order to to make those kind of system-wide improvements. But the impact fees are limited to capital improvements. They're not operational improvements. So the only way we kind of affect the system through the zoning is by trying to stimulate some demand. So the TDM program then tries to bring more users to that system, but it's not going to be an effective tool through zoning to make that system an attractive place for those users to go to. That is more what I think the mayor's talking about, in taking a more comprehensive look at transportation demand management across the city. And as Councilor Hanson said, not just new development, but existing development. So I just wanted to make that point.
Thank you very much, Director White, and we'll go ahead on that and close that down. Again, we'll be getting back to this for a motion on our deliberative agenda. I really appreciate the presentation and all the councilor participation there. And now we will move into our next item, which is the public forum. For members of the public, at this point, if you are interested in signing up and have not done so already, you can send an email to publicforum@burlingtonvt.gov. I'm going to be giving folks 2 minutes today to speak. We'll get the timer up here in just a moment. And if folks could please direct comments to the chair that they have, really try not personalized comments, really speak to the issue, not the people. And then also one of the things that we have introduced, or that I've introduced as president, is a progressive stack. So if you're a person of color, if you want to send an email to that same email, I can move you up in the queue. With that, I will open up the public forum. Let me get our first speaker queued. The first person was, got the timer, thank you very much. The first person was Marissa Kemmler. Marissa, I've found you and I'm enabling your microphone. Go ahead, Marissa.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for letting me take the time to speak again. I'd like to mention that I spoke the last time the Just Economy Charter change was brought to council, and since then, to the best of my knowledge, no changes have been made. It was my understanding that Councilperson Freeman was going to make adjustments to this and bring it back to the larger council, which I was excited to see because I think there's some awesome stuff included in here. That said, I'd love to reiterate some of my original comments. One, I am concerned that it seems to be that there is not much research or not much that I can find on many of the changes that are included in this charter, and that I would ask that more background would be added to adequately review these items. Two, it seems that there are many items and some of them do not go exactly together and could be reviewed individually and may have more opportunity for review and inclusion in a charter change if they were separated. Three, I'm unclear on what it would be in regard to a just cause eviction and what is determining just cause. So exactly what does that mean and what is the impact on renters and landlords? Fourth, I'm concerned about the removal of the at-will employment for Burlington employers, making us different than every other city in the state of Vermont in regard to hiring, firing, layoffs, etc. I think this could put us at a disadvantage to our neighboring towns. And lastly, I think I would love to know more about the City of Burlington minimum wage requirement. It seems unspecified in here, but more details around that would probably also be helpful when evaluating this in a holistic opinion. I want to say thank you for listening, and those are my comments for the evening.
Thank you very much. One thing that I did want to just note, based on that, is that agenda item regarding the Just Economy Charter changes has been removed for this evening. And I also just wanted to note for councilors that Councilor Freeman won't be joining us this evening. They had a friend who passed away suddenly, and so in light of that, Councilor Freeman will not be joining us this evening. They asked me to pass that along, just so folks, if you're wondering, that's what's happening. So just wanted to clarify that. Let's continue with the public forum. I wasn't able to find a number of folks in the queue who had signed up. So I wasn't able to find Loretta Roby, Winifred Diane, Beth Rice, Bob Fiorenza, or Sean Kelly. But I was able to find Todd TJ Jemison. And so Todd, I'm going to enable your mic. If you were one of those people who I called and I've somehow missed you, or you're calling in, again, feel free to write into that public forum at burlingtonvt.gov email, and hopefully I can identify you. So Todd, I'm enabling your mic. You should be able to speak now.
Thanks. I was actually going to talk about the just economy, and that's not off the agenda for today, so I'll wait till next time. Thank you.
Okay, great. Appreciate that. I'm gonna then go to our next speaker, who is Marcy Gallagher. Okay, Marcy, I'm having trouble locating you. Again, if I'm having trouble locating you and you are on, just let me know. Beth Bradley will be next. Beth, I'm looking for you. Beth, I cannot locate you. Marissa Kemmler, again, gonna look for you. I've identified you, Marissa, so I'm gonna enable you to speak. Go ahead, Marissa.
Hi, I just spoke, so I think you got me twice.
Oops, sorry, apologize. Yeah, working off number ones. Councilor Shannon, thank you for letting me know that we have someone calling in. Winnie Dawn is calling in with a phone number, and I've identified that phone number. So Winifred Dawn, I'm enabling your microphone. You should be able to speak now. Is that Winnie Dion on the phone? Number ending in 0617, or wait. Okay, not seeing that number. Okay, we'll go to our next speaker. Will be Samantha Hurt. Samantha, I have found you, and I'm enabling your microphone, so go ahead.
Hi, thank you. So I would like to speak to the ranked choice voting ballot question. I fully support this, and I urge all of you to support this. Whether or not you actually support ranked choice voting in and of itself, the whole point is to allow your constituents to vote and decide for themselves if they want this, because this is how our democracy works. So yeah, I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Samantha. I will go to our next speaker, who is Robert Bristow Johnson. Robert, I'm enabling your microphone. Robert, it looks like you're muted on your end. So if you could just unmute yourself, you should be able to speak.
I found it. Can you hear me now?
Yep, go ahead, Robert.
All right, sorry. So on March 3rd, 2009 in Burlington, Vermont, 4,064 voters marked their ballots that they like Andy Montrell better than Bob Kiss. That was 588 more voters than those preferring Bob over Andy. In addition, 4,597 voters said that they preferred Andy Montrell over Kurt Wright, a margin of 933 more voters than those preferring Kurt over Andy. But all IRV considered was the thin 252 voter preference that Bob Kiss had over Kurt Wright. Why was the final round between Wright and Kiss when Montrell beats either of them in the final round? We adopted IRV in 2005 so that we could prevent spoiled elections. But in 2009, candidate Kurt Wright ended up as the spoiler. He was a loser whose presence in the race changed who the winner is. Had Kurt not run and the same Burlington voters marked their ballots with the same preferences regarding this remaining four candidates, Montrell would have met and beaten Kiss in the final round with a margin of 588 votes. IRV promised us that we could vote our hopes and not our fears. But in Burlington, Vermont, in March 2009, the largest group of Wright voters who had marked Montrell as their second choice, but by simply marking Wright as their first choice, they actually caused the election of Bob Kiss. This promise of vote your hopes, not your fears was not delivered to these voters. They were punished for voting sincerely and non-tactically. Which group of voters were not harmed in the 2009 IRV elections? GOP voters were harmed, Democrats were harmed, but only the progressives gained an otherwise undeserved victory from a well-understood flaw in instant runoff voting that caused these three pathologies demonstrated in Burlington in 2009. They want to change the name from IRV to RCV because IRV has kind of lost its cachet. But if Burlington voters ask, is this not exactly the same thing we rejected in 2010? The answer to that question must be yes. It is exactly the same voting system that was repealed in 2010. Only the name has changed. The reforms promised by ranked choice voting are important, but if we do not fix this flaw, which is easy to fix, voters will reject it again, and this will set back the reform RCV voting for another generation. Let's avoid doing that. What would be worse if this voting reform was again implemented and an anomalous 2000, yes, I hear you.
Thank you.
Oh.
We will now move to our next speaker, who is Alex Lavin. Alex, let me just enable your microphone. Alex, your mic is enabled. Should be able to speak now.
Hello, City Council President. I hope you guys can hear me.
Yep, go ahead. You're good.
Great. Well, thank you for all your hard work. It's my first time speaking since you've taken over, so congratulations. And please pass along my thanks to the entire council for taking on the challenges of hard times. It means a lot to see you guys working together. So this evening, I'm speaking specifically in support of the ranked choice voting that is being discussed in tonight's council. Rather than give you my spiel about it, I thought I would defer to an article that lists both some pros and cons I found in the New York Times dated February 10th this year, 2020. I'm just going to stick to the pros of it because they mention that a lot of the cons kind of tend to benefit the conservative side of the spectrum. And I don't think the conservative side of the spectrum has really been much of an emergent or insurgent force. And I think that many of the people in the city that would like to see voting reforms are coming from the left side of the spectrum, and it's important to me that their voices are heard. So they talk about how it had fallen out of favor, now it's being embraced by some forward-thinking cities like Cambridge, Massachusetts, Santa Fe, New Mexico, and most recently New York City passed it in a ballot referendum item. They also talk about how, and this is the most important part for me, how it tends to bring out stronger turnout. And this is something I've seen for as long as I could vote and as long as I was paying attention to politics, and something that the rest of the world remarks about the United States so consistently, which is just that our voter turnout is so miserable. We're like the freest place in the world, supposedly, but we just don't take advantage of it. Anyway, I'll leave it there. It also, one last bit is, it tends to make elections less divisive and less vicious in some ways. So I think that all of those are great things, and that's why I'm showing up tonight to voice my support.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be, I was not able to identify Patrick Murphy. However, I was able to find Terry Baricius. Terry, I'm enabling your microphone.
I clicked on mute. Can everybody hear me?
Yep, go ahead, Terry.
So I spoke to the Charter Change Committee, so I'm not going to repeat a lot. One thing about what Christelle Johnson said about the race in 2009 is the fact people need to understand is that Andy Montrell came in third place, and there's no voting system used anywhere in the world by any government anywhere in the world that would allow the person in third place to be declared the winner. Now, it is true that he was the compromise choice that both KISS and right voters could manage to stomach, but that normally coming in third place means you don't even make it into the runoff election. So the fact is that the voting system that he was referring to is often referred to as Condorcet voting, and the dynamic of the main problems with that are it encourages candidates to not take any controversial stands on any issues, because the way to win is by avoiding alienating anybody on any side of the political spectrum, and so that it gets in the way of voter education. And it's possible for a candidate to be declared the winner under the system that Christel Johnson is recommending, even if they get 0 first choice preferences. If nobody thinks they're the best, they could still be declared the winner of the election, and that's problematic for public legitimacy. The thing that I wanted to mention, some study was referenced in the Charter Change Committee about a 2004 study in San Francisco that showed that African American and low-income voters were least likely to use the rankings, and the argument was that they were being penalized. The fact is, the plurality voting is by far more detrimental to low-income and African American and other minority groups, because if they're not well educated about the polls of other voters, how they're going to vote, they can easily not pay attention to the tactical needs. And the fact is that in Burlington in 2006, Ward 3, the low-income ward, was the one that used the rankings the most, the exact opposite of the study in San Francisco. So the fact is, it depends whether voters see that there's alternate choice candidates on the ballot that they think are worthy of a second choice.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be JF Carter Newbeezer. JF, I'm enabling your microphone. Go ahead.
Hi, thanks so much for allowing me to speak. Just calling in support of ranked choice voting, and also want to express my support for removing parking minimums for new developments and making sure that we are asking developers to invest in sustainable transportation alternatives. In terms of ranked choice, obviously the 2009 elections brought up a lot, and I think it's important to note that to this day, Andy Montrell actually supports ranked choice voting and actually worked hard in the referendum following the 2009 campaign to support ranked choice voting and keeping it in place. There's a ton of different reasons why ranked choice is a more fair, more democratic voting system, but that's really not the vote that's in front of the council tonight. The vote in front of the council tonight is fundamentally, do voters have the right to determine for themselves whether or not they want to use this system? And there's a lot of really good arguments on both sides. I think, no voting system is perfect. I think ranked choice is markedly better for a lot of different reasons. But the question tonight really is, do we as voters and as your constituents have the right to determine for ourselves whether or not we want to use this system? And if there are flaws in the system, or there are arguments against it from folks on the council or folks in the public, then we should have a real robust public debate. And the council should really allow us to have that robust public debate and really allow the voters to determine for themselves. So I really hope that folks will step out on a limb here, not kind of huddle into a partisan divide and huddle behind their own caucuses, but really think of the voters and think of their constituents when voting on this charter change tonight. But really do appreciate the public comment. And President Tracy, I also wanted to thank you for installing a system for public comment where you prioritize the BIPOC community. I think that's a really important step. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. I'm going to go to our next speaker. I believe Kate Lapp is the next speaker. I believe I have identified someone named with the name Kate. So Kate, I'm going to enable you to speak. If you're not Kate Lapp, just let me know. But person who logged in is Kate. Hopefully it's Kate Lapp. Go ahead.
Hi, Councilor Tracy. It is. Thank you.
Awesome.
So
Great.
I do want to share some brief thoughts that the Charter Change Subcommittee may have already heard. As mentioned, I'm Kate Lapp. I'm serving today in my role as the Government Reform Associate at VPIRG, the Vermont Public Interest Research Group. VPIRG is a nonpartisan research and advocacy organization with about 50,000 members and supporters statewide, and including nearly 9,000 in the city of Burlington. For those who don't know, we work on a broad range of public interest issues, from climate to consumer protection and healthcare to democracy. VPIRG has long supported ranked choice voting as a fair way to ensure that citizens feel free to vote for the candidate they like best, and that our elections produce winners who have the support of a majority of voters. As everybody here knows, ranked choice voting means that voters have the option to rank their candidates in order of preference. This does mean that voters can simply mark their ballots as they have in the past, or they can instead choose to make additional choices in case no voter or no candidate wins a majority of first choice votes. If their initial choice turns out not to be viable, they still have a choice in the process of deciding the eventual winner. As noted before, a lot of folks have mentioned, we've seen a huge shift in the decades since ranked choice voting has left Burlington, including its use in 4 Democratic presidential primaries, a doubling in the cities and counties that use it, and now including New York City. Its huge popularity in Maine and success from both ends of the political spectrum, used in Conservative Party elections in Canada, as well as the Labour Party in the UK. I think there's growing recognition that ranked choice voting encourages candidates to engage with more voters and not just their base. We see a real benefit to this kind of politics and are excited to work on educating the folks in Burlington. We believe the time is right to bring this approach back to Burlington, and there's no more democratic way to determine whether or not the citizens of this city feel too exhausted or confused to support ranked choice voting than to put that vote in their hands. So on behalf of VPIRG's thousands of members in Burlington, thank you for considering this, and I urge you to support that proposal.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Gina Clothero. Gina, I'm enabling your microphone. Gina, you should be, it looks like you're unmuted. You should be able to go.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, you're good. Go ahead.
Thank you, Councilor Tracy. I am calling in support of putting ranked choice voting on the ballot in November. Really grateful for all the speakers who have shared all the positive outcomes from ranked choice voting, and I just want to echo that support. I think it's a really critical time that we think about electoral reform and think about how we can bring more people into the political process. So I would just urge Burlington City Council to punt this decision off to voters and leave the work up to us to educating ourselves and educating our community about what ranked choice voting is and the values in it. I think it's really important to note that that ranked choice voting not only promotes majority support, but it also discourages negative campaigning and minimizes strategic voting and allows more people to feel that the results of the elections are representative of their views. So I personally would really love if we could see this happen. So thank you for considering. I think the implications of Burlington passing this will be really significant in terms of helping shift the narrative and the conversation at the state level as well. So thank you for considering, and I hope that to be able to vote on this item in the November ballot. Thanks.
Thank you. I was not able to locate Nick Wallers, but I was able to find Joe O'Brien. So Joe, I'm going to enable your microphone right now.
All right. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead, Joe.
Hey. So I've come out to speak about ranked choice voting a number of times at committee meetings and for, like council meetings. I'm sorry. I had a funeral today I had to attend for my grandma, so I'm a little bit out of sorts. But I just wanted to come and speak in support of the ranked choice voting measure. I think people like Terry Burgess and Kate Lapp have come out and said this much more eloquently than I could right now. So I'll just defer sort of like my commentary to full support of what they've said. I think the citizens of Burlington can decide for themselves whether or not they want this measure to go through. I'm in full support. I'd love to have the opportunity to vote in this, to vote on this soon. So yeah, vote how you will and be well.
Thank you for that. Our next speaker, I was able to find Nick Wallers. So Nick, I'm going to enable your microphone. Should be able to go right now.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, just calling in because I as well support ranked choice voting. I want to just briefly echo what a lot of folks have said. This is just a vote about whether, the residents of Burlington have the right to decide what type of voting system we have in place. And you know, I know that there was a call to repeal it back then by referendum, but that was also, you know, our city changes. It's a very transient community, and I believe that we have a completely, you know, a different set of voters here, and I feel like we should constantly be giving folks the right to vote on this and decide what type of voting system they want. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Kurt Wright. Kurt, I'm enabling your microphone right now. You just need to unmute on your end.
All right. IRV, it was not about, I'm not opposed to this because of the results of the last election or the election in 2009, but IRV was a failed experiment. It did not deliver on the things that people are calling for tonight. Higher voter turnout did not materialize. It did not do away with negative campaigning. It did not at all minimize or do away with strategic voting. What it did do, in all places like Burlington, a hotbed of politics, is it created a homogenous vanilla type campaign where everybody was afraid to take strong positions, and we should want people taking strong positions. What it also delivered was the candidate with the most first place votes did not win. The candidate with the most first and second place votes did not win. And in fact, the winner never actually reached 50%. There are so many problems with this that it definitely outweighs the system we have now. And also, when you vote in an instant runoff, you are voting in the dark. You are voting lacking some really key parts of the information that you would know if you had a real runoff rather than what they call an instant runoff voting. I do agree with Terry Bericius. We should not have a third place candidate becoming mayor as Mr. Bristow Johnson wants. But the worst part of tonight is that you're considering putting this on the ballot for the first time ever. The 3 times it was voted on before was in March. It's about town meeting day voting, and it should be left to town meeting day voters. And in fact, you're talking about putting it on now in November at a time that we have a lot of costs, taxpayers do, the city does, revenues are down, obviously, and you're going to potentially spend $50,000, charge it to the taxpayers because you want to do it now rather than wait until the time that it's always been done. So I urge councilors to vote no on this. If you're going to do it in March. We really should not be changing our elections over and over how we vote. We've changed it 2 or 3 times in the last 10 or 15 years.
Please wrap up.
Not be continuing to do that.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Fareed Munarjia. Fareed, I'm enabling your microphone. Fareed, you're a little bit, I'm getting some interesting feedback on your end. Is there? Fareed, your voice sounds a bit distorted. I'm having trouble. It's sounding like very. It doesn't sound like you, Fareed. I'm able to keep. I can come back to you so that hopefully we can figure this out. I'll go to another speaker and then come back to you. Hopefully we can figure that out. Our next speaker will be Hazel Civilier. Hazel, I'm enabling your microphone. Hazel will be followed by Alyssa Faber, and then I'll go back to Fareed as well as Marcy Gallagher. Hazel, I'm going to enable your microphone. Hazel, you should be able to speak now. Hazel, you look like you're unmuted and should be able to speak. Are you able to try your microphone or try to speak? Okay, Hazel, I can't hear you. So I'm going to have to move to the next speaker. I'm going to go to to Alyssa Faber. Alyssa, I'm going to enable your microphone right now, so you should be able to speak.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. Go ahead.
This is actually Reggie Achilles. We're having a little watch party, and this is the account logged in. I just wanted to speak out in support of the ranked choice voting measure. I think it's quite important. It works very well in countries like Ireland. It worked pretty well for us. I think the only reason it got repealed was a bit of character assassination on the part of Bob Kiss, partly fed by a very powerful telecommunications lobby that did not really appreciate us having a independent, locally owned telecommunications enterprise. But there's a lot of details in that history I don't know, so that's just opinion. Anyway, the main point I'd like to make is if nationally we had ranked choice voting or some similar measure in place during the 2016 election, I believe there's no chance that we would have the current president that we do now. And that alone is a good enough reason for me to support this measure. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Marcy Gallagher, who I've been able to identify, and then I'll try you again, Fareed. Hopefully we can get you on. Marcy, I've enabled your microphone.
Hi, thank you. I want to speak in support of the ranked choice voting proposal. I hope that the councilors also support ranked choice voting, but that's not what this vote is about. It's a vote to let the voters decide how we get to vote, not whether or not you support ranked choice voting. And this vote has already been delayed. Any effort to push it back further is just a veiled effort to kill ranked choice voting. So I do hope you vote in favor tonight, and I yield my time. Thanks.
Thank you, Marcy. I'm going to go back to Fareed and try and enable your microphone. So Fareed, I've enabled your microphone.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yep, that's better. Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm calling in to express my disappointment that Nate Lantieri wasn't appointed to the Churches Marketplace Association Commission because I do believe, like, as working class renter, we need Nate could represent us well in a commission that makes the rules over our public spaces. So I'm really disappointed that that didn't happen, especially in the South for the South End councilors who failed to nominate him as a fellow South Enders. I also want to speak out regarding the ranked choice proposal. I want to urge councilors to separate the question between the majority rules part of this resolution and the instant runoff part. Without the 50% plus rule threshold being restored, I believe IRV only served the two ruling parties, and it saps energy from independent campaign. The 40% threshold is what put Miro back in office. Infinite Caucasian for Burlington mayor campaign would have loved to force a runoff, the regular, non-instant kind, which would have spotlighted the issues and given voters more time to discuss them. I urge everyone to vote no if this ever goes on the ballot. It is anti-democratic, and I do, if this was going to be on the ballot, I would urge councilors to separate the questions between the 50% plus one majority rules, which I fully support, and the instant runoff part of this resolution, which I don't support. I do agree with the previous speakers before about involving, having more participation from voters. And the best way to do that is honestly to end the councilors' monopoly on ballot items and let us collect enough signatures to put anything we want on the ballot if we meet a certain threshold. So please check out Proposition 0 on Facebook. Thank you.
Fareed, I'm going to go back to Hazel Civalier just to see if we can get them on again. So Hazel, I'm going to enable your microphone one more time just to see if we can get you to be able to comment. Hazel, I have enabled your microphone. Hazel, are you able to speak? Okay. Having not been able to get you on, I'm going to go back. That was our final speaker for this evening. I'm not seeing any others. Oh, I do see one more who's came in. Do see Brian, I believe Brian Lovejoy. Brian, I'm enabling your microphone.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Hi. I just want to speak out against the ranked voting. It was a horror show before. I think there's a lot of people who are for this who were not around for the last fiasco, because that's exactly what it was. Not that I wanted Kurt Wright or anyone in particular, but when you vote for someone, that should be your vote. It's supposed to be one vote, one person, not one person, 3 votes. I'm pretty sure that's how our country works. And I just think also, if you're going to put it on the ballot, let's do it in March so that we can discuss this. It's not going to hurt anything to delay it until March. By putting it on in November, excuse me, you're rushing it through. And that's all I have to say. Have a good night.
Thank you. Okay. See Tom Proctor. Tom, I'm going to enable your microphone. Tom, go ahead.
Hi, yeah, thank you. Can everyone hear me?
Yep, go ahead, Tom.
Excellent. Yeah, I'm just giving you a call to express my opinion that you should be passing ranked choice voting. I think it promotes majority support, it discourages negative campaigning, it provides more choice of voters, it allows people who are not part of the binary system that we have in Burlington to potentially run, more independents can potentially run, you get better ideas coming. I think with regards to some of the other criticisms I've heard tonight, in the sense that people are still a bit burned after the last time we had ranked choice voting. I think we certainly learned a lot from that lesson. I also, after listening to the committee meeting on this last week with some experts weighing in, it did seem that Burlington was very much an anomaly and the only city that has experienced that kind of results through ranked choice voting, and I think it's easily avoidable in the future. I also think it's just more democratic. I don't think everything is I don't think voting is just I like one person kind of decision. I think if anything we can learn from like the recent democratic primaries is a lot of people have a lot of interest in different people, and I think that should be reflected. And I feel like the person that is the most liked just generally should be the one that wins. I think you get better outcomes that way. So I would urge every city councillor to vote yes on ranked choice voting. And I believe the fact that it would be on the ballot in November actually gives us a long time to have a proper debate publicly over what that's going to be and how it'll look. So there's plenty of time for the voters to make the decision that they feel is right. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Our final speaker will be Solveig Overby. Solveig, I've enabled your microphone.
Hi there. I spoke at the charter change meeting, but I wanted to just suggest that the same things that I had mentioned then. I support the ranked choice voting. I've been an inspector of election for I don't even know how many years, 15 maybe, and so I've watched the way the elections work. It's really important that we have a broader discussion of issues, which happens when you have more candidates and we don't have to worry about everybody being worried about they just have to vote for one of the major party candidates. So it's really important to have ranked choice voting because of that. The second thing is when we have runoff elections, they just don't generate the voter turnout. So the elections can actually be decided by a really minority of people that actually get around to coming out to the runoff. It does cost extra money for the city to do the runoff as well. So I think it's it's very easy to educate the public about why you want to just rank, well, this is my first choice, second choice. And I want to support putting it on the November ballot, the ranked choice voting option, because it will provide an opportunity and time to educate the public about how it works, and also so that they can learn about it on the way to the November election, and then they'll have actually additional time to learn about how to work it before the March election. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Solveig. That was our final speaker for the evening. Thank you to everyone who came out and shared their thoughts. If we could please thank you also to Clerk Bobby for operating the timer this evening. We'll now move into our agenda. So the next item after public forum are climate emergency reports. Are there any councilors wishing to offer a climate emergency report? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to our to the consent agenda. May I please have a motion on the consent agenda? Councilor Hanson, are you able to offer a motion on the consent agenda?
Yeah, I can do that. Thanks, Councilor Tracy. I will move to adopt the consent agenda as amended and take the actions indicated.
Thank you. We have a motion seconded by Councilor Paul. Any discussion on our consent agenda? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of adopting the consent agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that passes unanimously. We will now, prior to getting into our deliberative agenda, we had two other meetings, a local control committee meeting and a Board of Civil Authority meeting. I'd like to move to the Board of Civil Authority meeting now, so I will recess the City Council meeting prior to going. We'll come back for members of the public. We have these other sort of structures that we have to deal with, and so that govern different aspects. And so we have these two other meetings that we have to get to in the scope of the City Council meeting. So what we do in these cases is recess them. So I'm going to recess the City Council meeting, go to the Board of Civil Authority. We'll finish that up and then go to the local control before getting back to this deliberative agenda items and completing those items. So I'll give folks a chance to get over to Board of Civil Authority, which I believe is operated by the mayor.
Chaired by, I don't know about operating it, but
yeah, chaired. Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that.
I will call in the Board of Civil Authority into order at 8:12 p.m. And first item on the agenda is the agenda. I'd welcome a motion supporting it. And Councilor would like to support the agenda.
So moved.
Thank you, Councilor Stromberg. Is there a second? Thank you, Councilor Hightower. Any discussion of the agenda? Amendments? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. We have an agenda. That brings us to the consent agenda, and I'd welcome a motion to take the action indicated there. Councilor Hightower.
I move to adopt the agenda, taking the actions as indicated.
Excellent, thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by President Tracy. Any discussion of the consent agenda? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously, and that is the entire Board of Civil Authority agenda. Without objection, President Tracy, the Board of Civil Authority is adjourned at 8:13 p.m.
Thank you, Mayor. I will now call to order the Local Control Subcommittee, where again, the first item on the agenda is the agenda. May I please have a motion on the agenda?
So moved.
Moved by Councilor Hanson, seconded by Councilor Mason. Any discussion on the agenda? Hearing none, we will go to a vote. All those in favor of the local control agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that passes unanimously. We have an agenda. Now we move to our next item, which is the consent agenda. May I please have a motion on the consent agenda? Councilor Hightower.
Move to adopt the agenda, taking the actions as indicated.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Seconded by Councilor Stromberg. Any discussion on the consent agenda? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of adopting the local control consent agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. We will now move into our deliberative agenda. May I please have a motion on item 3.01? Councillor Stromberg.
I move to approve the 2020-2021 first and third class liquor license applications for Arts Riot, 400 Pine Street, with the following conditions, contingent upon fire marshal with all standard conditions, and that all outstanding gross receipt payments be received by the city clerk's office prior to the Arts Riot license being issued. That request for the condition can be withdrawn prior to the hearing if the city attorney's office receives a draft settlement statement reflecting the city payout and unambiguously worded communications to Richard Hassier, Assistant City Attorney, from counsel for the seller. I'm sorry, did I skip a line? No, I didn't. From counsel for the seller and from counsel for the buyer, that the clients for each understand the requirement for the city payout and that neither party will participate in a closing that does not include the payout to the city. Please contact Tracy Paquette of the Clerk Treasurer's Office for the official amount owed.
Thank you, Councillor Stromberg, for that. Is there a second? Seconded by Councillor Hanson. Any discussion of this item? Councillor Mason.
Thank you, President Tracy. I just want to, note my recusal from participation in 301 and 302 due to a professional conflict of interest.
Thank you for making that clear, Councillor Mason. Will the clerk please note Councillor Mason is recused. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of adopting item 3.01, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, that passes unanimously. We'll now move to item 3.02. Is there a motion on item 3.02? Councillor Hanson.
Okay. I'll move to approve the 2020-2021 outside consumption permit application for Arts Riot, 400 Pine Street, with the following conditions: that all outstanding gross receipt payment be received by the city clerk's office prior to the Arts Riot license being issued, that the request for the condition can be withdrawn prior to the hearing if the city attorney's office receives a draft settlement statement reflecting the city pay out and unambiguously worded communications to Richard Hessler, Assistant City Attorney, from counsel for the seller and from counsel for the buyer, that the clients for each understand the requirement for the city payout and that neither party will participate in a closing that does not include the payout to the city.
Thank you, Councillor Hanson. Is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Councillor Stromberg. Further discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of passing item 3.02, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, that passes unanimously. We'll now go to our last item on this agenda of the Local Control Committee, item 3.03. May I please have a motion on item 3.03? Councillor Stromberg.
I move to approve the 2020-21 outside consumption permit application for La Boca Wood Fired Pizzeria, LLC, 1127 North Avenue, Suite 32, from 12 p.m. to 10 p.m., May through November, Tuesday through Sunday, 28 seats.
Thank you, Councillor Stromberg. We have a motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Councillor Hanson. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of item 3.02, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, that passes unanimously. We have now completed our agenda. Councillor Stromberg.
It was 3.02. You said 3.02.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, please. That we did just vote on 3.03. That's correct. Yes, sorry. We have completed that agenda. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Stromberg, seconded by Councillor Jang. All those, any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of adjournment, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, we are adjourned at 8:19 p.m. We will now go back to our City Council deliberative agenda. So I'll give folks just a second to switch back over to that. As we noted in the agenda, the first item, we changed around the agenda a little bit. Councillor Jang's motion on the agenda, we did move item 6.10, which was an appointment regarding the Church Street Marketplace Commission for a term expiring 6/30/23 to the first item. So we on our deliberative agenda. So we will deal with that appointment now. Prior to getting into nominations, we have the practice of allowing anybody who has applied to speak to that commission to just address the council briefly. I do see Eric Monson, you've raised your hand. If you are another applicant for this, please feel free to use the raise hand function and I can identify you. Eric, I'm going to come to you right now. Again, just please offer a brief statement, but I'm going to enable your microphone. So go ahead, Eric.
All right, thank you very much. I basically want to keep this short. I wanted to thank the council for this second chance. And I particularly want to make a public thank you to Nate Lantieri. I reached out to him last week to learn more about his views on the commission and on Church Street Marketplace, and he was very open. We had a nice over an hour long conversation. And I just wanted to thank him personally for his time and effort last week. And I'm looking forward to, nonetheless, I'm still looking forward to earning the seat tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. I was able to locate Nate Lantieri. Nate, I'm going to enable your microphone. Nate, you may speak now. Nate, I believe you're muted on your end. Nate, I'm still seeing you as muted on your side. Okay, Nate, I'm still not able to hear you. I apologize. And I'm not seeing any of the other applicants using the raise hand function. Not seeing any of the other applicants, and if other counselors do see an applicant, feel free to let me know, but I'm not seeing anyone. So that being as it is, I will go ahead and open the floor for nominations. Are there any nominations for this Church Street Marketplace appointment? Councillor Stromberg.
I would like to nominate Nate Lantieri for the position.
Okay. We have Nate Lantieri nominated. Councillor Jang. Councillor Jang, you're on mute.
Sorry, I would like to nominate Eric Monson.
Okay. All right. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Okay. Hearing none, I will go ahead and close the floor to nominations. Is there any discussion on the nominees? Okay. Seeing none, we will go ahead and go to a vote on this appointment. The way that we did it, that it's a little challenging to do it online, but the way that we've done it is to have the city clerk call the roll, and then when the clerk calls your name, please just state either Monson or Lantieri as the person that you will be voting for. So will the city clerk please call the roll?
Councillor Carpenter. Monson. Councillor Jang.
Eric Monson.
Councillor Hanson.
Nate Lantieri.
Councillor Hightower.
Lantieri.
Councillor Mason.
Eric Monson.
Councillor Paul.
Eric Monson.
Councillor Paulino.
Eric Monson.
Counselor Pine,
Eric Munson.
Counselor Shannon,
Eric Munson.
Counselor Strongberg,
Nate Lantieri.
City Council President Tracy,
Nate Lantieri.
seven for Eric Munson.
Okay, so that is a majority, and Eric, congratulations, you've been appointed to the Church Street Marketplace. I want to also thank Nate Lantieri for applying, and what we always say to our applicants is that many times it does take more than one application, given the high quality of applicants. I really appreciate the cordiality, especially. That's something that was a first. I don't know that I've heard of applicants calling one another to have a lengthy chat, so that's really great to hear. So I appreciate both of you just taking the time to do that. And again, Nate, I would encourage you to continue to vote or to continue to think about applying for further commission appointments. So taking care of that item, we will now move on to item 6.01, which is an indoor entertainment permit application. May I please have a motion on that? Councilor Hanson?
I will move that all outstanding gross receipt payment be received by the city clerk's office prior to the Arts Riot license being issued. That request for the condition can be withdrawn prior to the hearing if the city attorney's office receives a draft settlement statement reflecting the city payout and unambiguously worded communications to Richard Hessler, assistant city attorney, from the counsel for the seller and from counsel for the buyer, that the clients for each understand the requirement for the city payout and that neither party will participate in a closeout that does not include payout to the city. And this, I don't know if there was a missing initial sentence, but the idea would be to grant the indoor entertainment permit application with those conditions.
Thank you, Councilor Hanson. For that motion, is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Councilor Stromberg. Any discussion on 6.01? Councilor Mason.
Thank you, President Tracy. I would just similarly like to note my recusal from 601 and 602 for the professional conflict of interest noted in our previous discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Mason. Will the city clerk please note that Councilor Mason's recusal? Any further discussion on item 6.01? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, that passes unanimously. We'll now move to item 6.02. May I please have a motion on 6.02? Councilor Stromberg, go ahead.
Move to approve the 2020-2021 outdoor entertainment permit application with the following conditions: that all outstanding gross receipt payments be received by the city clerk's office prior to the Arts Riot license being issued. That request for the condition can be withdrawn prior to the hearing if the city attorney's office receives a draft settlement statement reflecting the city payout and unambiguously worded communications to Richard Hassler, assistant city attorney, from counsel for the seller and from counsel for the buyer, that the clients for each understand the requirement for the city payout and that neither party will participate in a closing that does not include the payout to the city.
Thank you. Is it?
Yeah, it was just in parentheses. Done.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for the motion. Is there a second to the motion? Is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Councilor Pine. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none, we will go to a vote. Will all those councilors in favor please say aye?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that passes unanimously, which brings us to our next item, which is item 6.03, the minimum parking requirements. This was the item that we had discussed in the work session. I'm going to go to Counselor Mason, I was going to go to Counselor Hanson on this for a motion. Is that okay?
Go ahead. Go ahead. Probably the same motion.
Okay. Yep. Okay. All right. Counselor Hanson, go ahead.
Sure, yeah, so it's not the motion listed, but I think there's, I think there is agreement on it. I don't think it's too controversial, but so it would be to consider this a first reading and waive the reading and refer to the ordinance committee for referral back to the council for a public hearing and second reading on August 10th. Does that wording work for you, President Tracy?
Yes, I believe that's clear. We have a motion. Is everybody clear on that motion? Okay. And is there a second to that motion? Seconded from Counselor Mason. Further discussion. I do see Director White looking to be recognized. Go ahead, Director White.
Yeah, I'll just note that as far as having a public meeting on August 10th, I'm not sure there's enough time to warn a public hearing. I would recommend that it come back to the council to take that action to warn a public hearing for a September meeting, as opposed to expecting a public hearing on August 10th.
Attorney Blackwood, is that consistent with your understanding?
Yes, I was going to say, I think the word schedule got left out of the motion. In other words, on August 10th, what you'll do is schedule the public hearing.
Correct.
Counselor Hanson.
Could we clarify and include schedule? That was an unintentional omission.
Attorney Blackwood, is that permissible?
I think that's permissible.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. So is there further discussion on the motion to refer this to the ordinance committee? Okay. Counselor Pine.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to speak to two comments that were made earlier about this issue during our work session. That's appropriate to do now, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. One was a notion that while I understand it, the mayor essentially said, since this is something that is really has some great elements to it, and I agree with that, we should be careful not to destroy the good in pursuit of the perfect, something like that, or don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And I get that, although I do think that there are times when we as public policymakers need to recognize that there's a unique opportunity when we're making a policy decision and a change, which at least to most people appears to be essentially making a trade-off that is at least ostensibly a savings to the development community. And I think that's the time to be having that conversation about what the public gets in exchange. And so I get the notion that there's this in and of itself has some real positive aspects to it, but I don't want to lose track of the fact that once we've done it, I think going back and making an argument for essentially developers' contribution to, I don't know what you want to call it, a transit impact fee or a transit trust fund or something. We have to figure out the way to do that. But I think let's just be mindful of the fact that we're doing it and we're doing one without the other now, so that this issue isn't a surprise to the development community when it's brought back up. And then the reason why I think bringing it back up is important and germane to mention now is that Director White mentioned that we don't have a way to use impact fees in this way. And I get that. I was actually chair of ordinance committee a long time ago when we created the impact fees, and it was based on state law. So state statute dictates what you can do. That doesn't mean you can't go for a legislative change to allow for communities as we grapple with the need to reduce our carbon footprint and to deal with climate change. We need to go as a unified council with our legislative delegation to the state legislature and make the case that now, after nearly 30 years of having an impact fee statute, we need to revisit it to encourage communities to deal with these issues around impacts of parking and impacts of cars and really rewarding what we want, which is more use of transit. So I don't want us to think that we're somehow locked into the current regime around what the state allows us to do with impact fees, and therefore we can't put it into transit, and that's the end of the discussion. That's not at all the end of the discussion. I think we'd be doing a disservice to our community if we don't elevate that issue and bring it forward as a united front, hopefully as a council with our legislative delegation. I just felt like that was something I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Pine. Are there any further comments on this item? Don't have anyone else in the queue. Okay, seeing none, we will go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion to consider this a first reading and send it to the city, to the ordinance committee, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that passes unanimously, which brings us to item 6.04, which is an update on the net zero energy plan from Darren Springer, BED General Manager. So can get Darren, I see you on, and I don't know if you share your screen to share that PowerPoint and run through that, and then we can open it up afterwards for questions from counselors.
Excellent. That let me do that share screen right now.
What's that?
Is that working?
Yep, and you're a little soft. If you could just maybe the microphone, I don't know.
How's that? Is that any better?
Yeah, that's a little bit better. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for having me this evening. This is part of our regular net zero energy updates that we provide to the City Council as part of the resolution adopting the net zero energy roadmap that was passed back in September of 2019. Gonna just start. I know we have a few counselors who are new to the council and who we haven't worked with directly. So just a few of the background facts about Burlington Electric. I know this is not news to a number of counselors who are familiar with us, but we are a public power utility for the community since 1905. We have roughly 118 employees, including the McNeil Station and the Intervale. You can see we have 21,000 customers, about 3/4 are residential, about quarter commercial and industrial, but commercial industrial are actually represent almost 3/4 of the energy use on our system. We do have about 60% of our customers are renters, which is unique in the state of Vermont for an electric utility. We are the third largest utility in the state. We do, with McNeil, have the largest energy producer in the state of Vermont, now that Vermont Yankee had retired. We've been 100% renewable since 2014, and we have not raised rates since 2009. And so that's just some of the background on BED. Here you can see, one of the pillars of our kind of foundation for net zero energy, which is our energy efficiency efforts, dating back to 1989, when we had a bond in 1990 to invest in energy efficiency, really kickstarted the effort. We are today using 8.8% less electricity in Burlington on a real basis than we were in 1989. Over the same period, the state of Vermont is using roughly 10% more electricity, and over the same period, the US is using approximately 30% more electricity. And we are seeing a roughly $11 million a year savings for our customers as a result of energy efficiency investments made by BED and our customers. And the picture here is from our energy efficiency calendar contest, now renamed the Net Zero Energy Calendar Contest, where we have fourth graders from all of the public schools in Burlington present different artwork that is selected and chosen for a calendar that's available. And this is a photo from, I believe, from the 2018 winners. Just another representation here of our energy efficiency impact. In gray, you can see the projected electric use that would have occurred absent energy efficiency. So this is really a historical success that we build on with energy efficiency here in Burlington. I mentioned as well being 100% renewable. These two graphs represent the, or pie charts represent the energy supply on the right and our renewability on the left. So we're 100% renewable, both by generation sources and by renewable energy credits, certificates, as some folks call them. So this is a representation here. As you can see in our portfolio, we are roughly a third biomass for our customers, a little bit less than a third wind, about a third hydro, with the remainder being a small but growing slice of electricity that comes from solar based here in the community. So speaking of solar, this is a graph that's looking at the growth in solar in Burlington over the past number of years, really going back all the way past 2005. As you can see, we experienced significant growth between 2010 and today. And we were named in Burlington now 2 years in a row by Environment America as the #1 community for solar per capita in the Northeast, and #5 this year in the country. And I'm here in my office in my home in Burlington. Behind me, I left the door open there so you can see the solar water heater, which is helping to heat our water here at home. It was a good day for solar in Burlington. We got the tank heated up, and a lot of those panels around the city were producing energy for us. I think one other point I want to make that relates to net zero energy with this graph is you can see that progress here with solar is not been a linear exercise. We've really seen exponential growth from a small base over time, really becoming more rapid as the technology improved, as costs have come down. And I think we're looking to experience a similar exponential growth with the number of our energy technologies that relate to electrification. Here is some new analysis that we've done really for this update. I was interested to go back to the Climate Action Plan, which was had emissions data going back to 2010 and 2013, and had a goal for 2016, which is represented by the orange dot here. And the goal was emissions were rising from 2007 to 2010. The goal in the Climate Action Plan was to stop the rise in emissions and lower emissions by 2016 back to 2010 levels. What we've looked at here is an apples to apples comparison between some of the data that we have from the roadmap, which is a 2018 baseline, and the data that we have from the Climate Action Plan. And really, I think in large part, this initial progress is based on our becoming 100% renewable, making progress in the electric sector. This is emissions from electricity, natural gas, and transportation in Burlington. And it includes vehicle miles traveled from both Burlington and non-Burlington vehicles. And as you can see, we're actually down about 20,000 tons in 2018 from the 2010 levels. So surpassing the goal that was set in the Climate Action Plan and heading in the correct trajectory. And now our challenge is with net zero energy, tackling the thermal and the ground transportation sectors that constitute the bulk of our energy related emissions in Burlington. This is just some background on the net zero energy goal. It is across the electric, thermal, and ground transportation sectors, essentially a goal to reduce and eventually eliminate fossil fuel use by 2030. The roadmap was adopted by the City Council in September of 2019. I do want to mention that it is not a Burlington Electric specific effort, but really a broader city and community effort. All departments of the city have played a role in helping to engage with the roadmap. We also have external partners that do work that relates to our efforts here. When you think of weatherization in the city, for example, we work with Champlain Valley Weatherization Services and VGS on weatherization and number of buildings in the city. And the roadmap really does recognize that technology developments and adoption curves are going to be really significant in how much progress we make. How quickly can we get battery prices for vehicles down so that a new electric vehicle is cost comparable with a conventional gas vehicle, for example, is one of the key assumptions that we grapple with in the roadmap. This is a representation from the roadmap of what our our trajectory would be under business as usual, which is a roughly 9% reduction if we just keep doing what we were doing as of 2018, versus the net zero energy goal, which is the steeper drive towards zero fossil fuel consumption across the thermal and ground transportation sectors by 2030. This is the most ambitious local climate change plan that we are aware of anywhere in the country. And that was just reinforced recently. BED was named a finalist for Public Power Utility of the Year by the Smart Electric Power Alliance, which recognized that this plan is the first US net zero 2030 plan. And we appreciated that recognition. Just some examples here on this slide in terms of just how ambitious what we're trying to do with net zero energy is. Really, if you think of what most communities are focused on, a number of them are still looking to accomplish 100% renewable electricity. We accomplished that in 2014, first in the nation. You can see there are a few communities, Aspen, Greensburg, Kodiak, Rockport, that have followed that accomplishment, but a number of communities are still striving in that direction. When we think of the IPCC report in 2018, that called for reducing CO2 emissions 45% from 2010 levels by 2030. Obviously, if we achieve the goals in the net zero energy roadmap, we'd be going above and beyond significantly the IPCC call, which was based on the science of trying to achieve a limiting of temperature increase, global average temperature increase to the 1.5 degrees Celsius goal. And then you can see some other communities which have ambitious goals as well, many of which are focused on emissions goals in 2050. There are some that are very ambitious on the 2030 timeframe as well. Seattle, for example, looking to reduce emissions 58% by 2030. But you can put our goal in context here and see that it's incredibly ambitious on the timeframe that we're discussing relative to even some of these leading communities that we look at around the country. This has a link as well, which I should mention if anybody is interested in reading the roadmap report who's watching this, burlingtonelectric.com/NZE. You can find the report and offer feedback to us on your thoughts on the net zero energy effort. We know from the roadmap that Burlington needs additional weatherization, electrification, renewable fuels for buildings. We know that transportation is the largest source of emissions in Burlington and in Vermont. In the roadmap, we focus primarily on reducing the emissions for Burlington residents with a secondary focus on people who are driving into the city or commuting into the city. And we know that transportation electrification has a significant economic benefit for the community. If somebody spends $1 at BED charging their EV, more than half of that dollar stays in the Vermont economy compared to roughly 20% of that dollar if it's used at a gas station to charge to fill up a vehicle. So more of our dollars stay local if we are investing in transportation electrification. And our progress is going to be affected by state and federal policy. There's no question about that. If we have carbon pricing at the state or regional level for thermal and transportation, that can be a boost to our efforts. If federal fuel economy standards stagnate, as has been proposed by the president, that will harm our efforts. If tax credits, particularly for electrification technologies, are not extended, that will harm our efforts for net zero energy. This is just another representation of the different technologies and pathways that we're looking at. Buildings and electric vehicles being prime focus, district energy, which we're now in phase 2 of the analysis on district energy, and we'll report back to the council on that in the fall. And then alternative transportation, really focusing on transit, on walking and biking, on reducing vehicle miles traveled, being an important component of the roadmap as well. These are our core programs that we've had in one form or another starting in 2017 and rolling out over the subsequent several years that you can see here. Electrification incentives across transportation, whether it's for e-bikes, for plug-in hybrids, for electric vehicles, new or used, new or pre-owned, incentives for electric buses, incentives for everything, electric mowers, heat pumps, other technologies have been part of the core programs that we've been running Really, the first one was the EV incentive, which launched in May of 2017. And then as part of the roadmap effort, we launched new incentive programs aimed at supporting additional progress on the roadmap. Probably the most critical of those being a new incentive for cold climate heat pumps to really try to drive adoption of cold climate heat pumps and reduce fossil fuel use in buildings in Burlington. For all of these incentives, we've offered low and moderate income enhanced incentives. We've gone to the limits really of what are allowed under state regulation to provide enhanced incentives to make it more affordable for low and moderate income Burlingtonians to access these programs. So now we're getting to some of the new data, the results of some of our programs. Here you can see some of the adoption rates on the left for different programs that we've had. Electric lawnmowers has been the most popular in terms of raw numbers. Part of that is due to the price point. You know, you can get an electric mower at a relatively comparable price point for what you would pay for a gas mower, and we offer a $100 incentive for that. So we've had good uptake on electric mowers, on electric bikes. We've seen the electric vehicle program see some stronger adoption. The heat pump program is very new, but we've seen good adoption rates over the last number of months just prior to COVID with the heat pump program. The incremental tier 3 sales, this goes to the idea that what we're doing here is not just good from an environmental standpoint, it can be good really for the utility and all of our customers if we're adding sales as a result of beneficial electrification and we're managing the impacts on our system well, that actually can create, all things equal, downward pressure on electric rates. And that's something that we are very interested in achieving as we move in this direction. Here's a significant slide really looking at our emissions reduction from these programs that I've just outlined. This looks at annual and then lifetime values for emissions reduction for our tier 3 and net zero energy programs that we've launched through the end of 2019. So 2017, 2018, 2019. As well as you can see in the dotted line some pending projects, and we call them pending, but they're more or less accomplished with our e-buses, the 2 electric buses that were delivered in January of 2020 to Green Mountain Transit, and with a geothermal project and a variable refrigerant heat pump project at 2 different commercial buildings. We're seeing a significant increase in the reductions of emissions from our programs. And so if you were to look at the lifetime accomplishment of those programs over those past few years, it's roughly the equivalent of removing about 4,000 cars from the road for a year, just to give a sense of scale. And we're starting with a small base, and we're starting to see some significant growth in those emission reductions. Here you can see our EV adoption rates and our monthly use at our charging stations. You can see on the charging stations, we saw an increase, kind of consistent increase up to about 10 megawatt hours a month. And then we saw a drop off related to COVID. With the electric vehicles, we've had a growing impact on that market through our incentive programs. And you can see the adoption rates starting to move. This gives a different perspective here. This is not just vehicles that we provided incentive for, but all electric and plug-in vehicles registered in Burlington as of the end of 2019. We had just about 300, just near 300, and the roadmap goal for that time period was 337. So we were not far away from the roadmap goal for net zero with EVs and plug-in hybrids at the end of 2019. And here you can see, just for the few months that we've had the program running, really not a full year yet, and some of it being interrupted by COVID, the heat pump incentives being utilized in Burlington. Here you can see the e-mowers and e-bikes. You see there's not a lot of uptake for e-mowers in the colder months, obviously, and then we get a good level of activity in the summertime. Good growth on the e-bikes as well. And then on this slide, really just reemphasizing, this is work that's going on across city government. We're working with DPW on fleet purchases and heating system replacement options, providing incentives and information. We developed a carbon pricing tool to implement the mayor's proposal to have a $100 a ton carbon price utilized to help evaluate city fleet purchases. And that's something that a number of businesses have done, including Seventh Generation and Ben & Jerry's here in Vermont, but not many cities have implemented. And we've now implemented that, have worked with DPW to have that tool available to help compare technologies using a carbon price. We've been doing policy work related to the Mayor's Housing Summit on rental weatherization standards, and also related to the decarbonization electrification effort in buildings. We just had a public meeting on that last week. And we're also doing energy efficiency benchmarking with DPW for city buildings. There's good information at the link here if folks are interested further in that work. And then just more recently, as folks are aware, we've launched this green stimulus program. Really, this was the first green stimulus proposal in Vermont. And since we launched it, the mayor referenced it in the State of the City in early April. We made it through the regulatory process by the end of May. The programs are now live. We've seen Efficiency Vermont and Green Mountain Power and Vermont Electric Co-op have all followed with proposals to increase their program incentives as well. So we're proud at BED for being early on that and recognizing the need for the support for economic recovery as part of our response to COVID-19. We have some great programs available here focused on affordable housing, on weatherization, programs for renters as well as homeowners, loan programs that can finance energy improvements at 0%, that are income qualified programs for residential customers. And we have 0% as well for small business and nonprofit customers. So we have some great programs there at burlingtonelectric.com. Folks can read more about the green stimulus effort. And then finally, this just to summarize some next steps and some challenges that we'll face on the road ahead. For the immediate future, we're focused on deploying the green stimulus successfully and learning any lessons that we can from it. We also are interested to continue to grow our base incentive program participation as we enter fiscal year 21 now in July. We'll continue our phase 2 work with district energy and report back to the council as soon as that work is complete. We'll continue to support the policy changes for buildings and weatherization that could help us make additional progress with thermal. And we are planning to update our fossil fuel use baseline with Synapse in early 2021 so that we have 2020 numbers that we can continue to track how we're doing relative to when we started in terms of fossil fuel use in the city. So that we'll be working on that with the aim of providing updated figures in our performance measures report for town meeting day 2021. Just some final thoughts here. As I mentioned earlier, progress is not going to be linear with a goal this ambitious. We're going to have to be innovative. We're going to have to experiment. We may try things that don't work and learn from them and then move to new ideas. Our challenge is to get to greater scale with these net zero energy programs. How the community responds to these efforts will be a huge determinant. We also, to get the value for our customers, we need to manage the grid impacts of a increased use on the electric system. And that's something that we're focused on and we're doing analysis related to now. We are facing very low fossil fuel prices and no carbon price to price the externality of climate change when people are using thermal or transportation sector fossil fuels. This was true even before COVID, and gas prices certainly have gone down. If you drive by the gas station, they're a lot cheaper now than they were, pre-COVID, and that's a challenge because we are a competing renewable fuel source when we look at that. And then finally, continuing to balance financial responsibility. We haven't raised rates since 2009. We've been making investments in innovative technologies. We want to continue to deliver not only emissions reduction, but financial benefit, because Burlington can have an outsized impact on climate, not just by reducing emissions above and beyond what the IPCC recommends and calls for here in Burlington, but if we set a model that is economically beneficial and replicable and exportable to other communities, then we will have accomplished something far greater than what we can do just with emissions reduction here in Burlington. There's more work ahead. I can tell you the BED team is incredibly excited and committed to continue that work. And I just want to again thank the council for the opportunity to make this presentation this evening, and I will close the share screen and glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, General Manager Springer, for that presentation. I'll now open the floor to questions and comments from councilors. Councilor Pine. You're on mute. There you go.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks for that presentation, Darren. There was a lot there to digest, and I assume that both councilors and members of the public will take a little time because there was quite a bit in there. It's been mentioned to us that continuing to rely on McNeil as a source of electricity has some real downsides in terms of carbon impact. And I'm not going to ask you to get into it tonight, but I'd like you to think about how to answer the question, because I've had some constituents and friends ask me, does it really make sense for us to continue that path of relying on burning wood to create electricity? And I don't know the answer. And I came from 5 years of working in energy efficiency, and one of my cubicle mates, a guy right near me, was working on the Biomass Energy Resource Center. And so I developed a real passion for that technology as part of the mix. But the issues that have been raised around carbon impact of continuing to burn wood to create electricity is just one that I honestly, I think we need to have an honest and candid conversation about, because I believe there are some real issues there. So I'm just sort of asking you to put that into your thought process and come back to us at some point. I don't have a specific request other than it's a big question that I think we should be grappling with a little bit more. The other thing is electric usage going down from 1989 to today is incredibly impressive given the growth. You should see an increase in load, but because of efficiency measures, which were enacted in 1989, really started at that point, we've really bent that curve, and we have a lot to be proud of. But as we go forward with strategic electrification to increasingly rely on electricity as a clean source of energy and replacing fossil fuels, that metric won't be the metric we use, because we'll actually see a growth in usage. And so I want you to maybe speak about how we measure success and impact as we see electric usage actually going up. So I just ask that. The next thing is Van Jones, incredible person who coined the phrase green collar jobs, really hit on the notion that as we look to green our economy, we have to make sure that there are jobs created for people who are often left at the margins, BIPOC communities, low income, low skilled folks, people who can access jobs that are part of this new economy. And I haven't really heard much talk about workforce development, but it seems like there ought to be part of BED's plan ought to be focused on ensuring that access to green jobs flow to those who are not well served by some of the other parts of our local economy. So I'd just like you to speak to that a little bit.
Thank you, Councilor Pine. Great questions all. I won't go deep into the biomass question as you requested, but I would just, for context, a couple things to think about is with biomass, with McNeil, we are kind of unique in the country in having 4 foresters on staff and in being very rigorous with the supply, because biomass has the potential to be carbon beneficial if you are managing sustainably in terms of your supply. And I would be glad to provide more information. We've got some good data that really suggests that Vermont is seeing significant regrowth in terms of forests, and that what McNeil uses for energy is a fraction of the annual growth. And that given that, plus our forestry standards for harvesting, we think that there is a sustainability component to McNeil, but I'd be glad to provide more information to the council on that. In terms of energy efficiency, I agree completely. If we were to look back in 2030, that graph showing we are using less electricity would probably mean that we were not successful in our efforts. If we want to move towards net zero in a way that relies increasingly on the renewable electricity supply, we're looking at, according to the roadmap, about a 65% increase in our electricity use, even as our total energy use is coming down. So what we want to do is reframe the energy efficiency conversation from how many fewer kilowatt hours you're using to how much fewer fossil fuels are you using, how much less carbon are you responsible for, and really reframe that as a more holistic conversation. So ideally, if we're having this conversation in 2030, renewable electric use is up significantly, total energy use is down because we're more efficient, and fossil fuel use is down significantly because we've achieved some of the net zero energy aims that we have. And then lastly, in terms of workforce development, we've had some interesting conversations and partnerships, one of which that just comes to mind is, we've seen in the utility industry in particular, a lack of diversity in particular areas. You think about the line crew, for example. We have no women line workers in the state of Vermont at all for any utility. We've had some great conversations and meetings with Vermont Works for Women. They have a program to support women entering building and construction trades. And we had our line crew meet with some of the participants in that program and really go through some of the ins and outs of what the work would be, and really encourage participation by folks. So the point is a great one. We're interested in those types of partnerships. And I've been impressed with the folks on our operations team in particular being interested in sharing the knowledge that they have, because we really need to get into high schools and technical programs and really share that the utility industry can be part of the green jobs, part of that effort that you're mentioning.
All set, Councilor Pine? All right, I have Councilor Hanson. I don't have anyone else following Councilor Hanson in the queue, so give an indication if you'd like to speak. Go ahead, Councilor Hanson.
Great, thanks. Yeah, I think the point about the fact that we've reduced electric use and now we want to increase it, but that doesn't mean that we're undoing our progress or that it was a mistake. And it actually, reducing actually helped pave the way for the increase now, because we freed up essentially capacity. If you think about the infrastructure right now is actually overbuilt because we're using less electricity than we were earlier, but the system is still built for that higher capacity. So we actually have more sort of wiggle room within the system to grow before we would have to spend money on upgrades. If I'm getting that wrong, you can correct me, Darren, but that's my understanding from working at Green Mountain Power. It was a similar dynamic where we've actually kind of freed up space in a good way that will save us money as we increase load. And I think the last point that you made, Darren, I think is the most important, which is that the last point in your presentation, which is that everything we do here, because if we continue to be on the leading edge, has a way bigger impact than just the changes here, which already are really important and impactful, but the ability to export these ideas and to show the way for other communities and pave the way, show that it's possible, show how it's done, I think is huge. And we could really play a big role in the broader movement by doing that. And I think the fact that other communities aren't as ambitious should absolutely not be a reason for us to say, oh, well, we're doing better than these other communities, so it's okay, we don't have to push it. I actually think it's the opposite. I think the fact that other communities aren't on track to meet these goals that have been laid out by the scientific community and by the Paris Agreement should make us even more alarmed, and should make us realize that we actually even have to push further then in order to bring others along with us. So I hope that that's our takeaway as we look at the comparison between Burlington and other communities, that we should do more rather than doing less because others aren't doing enough at this point. And I know we get caught a lot in the numbers and the details, but when we talk about the difference between 1.5 degrees, 2 degrees, 3 degrees, 4 degrees, we are talking about literally billions of lives within this century that are on the line, that are at stake. It is such a monumental difference between 1.5 and 2.5 or even 2. And that depends on what we do in these coming years. So it's just, this is the most monumental task that I think any of us will ever have to take on. But I think we have a lot of really good people in place, and if we really push hard together, we can take a leadership role.
I completely agree in terms of the next 10 years being incredibly critical from a scientific standpoint. We want to make as much progress as we possibly can, and I think we're set up to move aggressively in that direction. So I agree with that. And in terms of our system, just to go to your prior point, we do have some capacity as a result of using less electricity now than we did. It's our analysis, at least early on, that if we were successful with net zero energy, we would reach a point where new infrastructure was needed. But our analysis is also showing that based on the new energy use on our system versus the investment costs, that there can be a net economic benefit. We're continuing to refine that, so we'll certainly share more on that point with the council as we get some final analysis there. But yeah, we're committed to doing everything we possibly can during the time frame where we can have an impact on climate change, on reducing emissions, on helping move not only our community, but hopefully our state, our country, towards that goal of reducing 45% by 2030.
Thank you. I don't have anyone else in the queue. Any other counselors wishing to add commentary or ask a question? Okay, seeing none, I see you, Mr. Mayor. Would you like to speak?
Thank you, President Tracy. Yes, just briefly, I just wanted to add to Councilor Hansen's comments and Darren's comments that first of all, in no way, from my perspective, should we be easing up on these goals. I completely agree with the notion we should be pushing as hard as we can and with every tool we can towards these ambitious goals. I'm really excited about what's happening here. I think to the point that we can actually show a path. And lots of people talk about being models as justifications for this or that. I do think in this case, because of what BED is, because of its long history of success here, because it has organizational strength, we really have a chance to make good on a vision that I don't hear anyone else really talking about, and both, or at least both talking and acting in impactful ways. This idea of strategic electrification, you hear from time to time out there, but it is not at the center of what I hear in the national discussion about how we address climate change. Here in Burlington, in the couple of years, really since, really only less than a year, but we were starting to move in this direction for a year or two before that we've had these strategic electrification goals. What I see in the presentation tonight is that we have really bent the needle right out of the box as soon as we started moving in this direction. And it gives me real hope that as these strategies build on each other, as some of the regulatory steps that we're working on actively now can be layered on top of the financial incentives, that, as Darren said, we're not going to see linear growth in the years ahead. We're going to see, as we saw with the solar area, there's the real potential for big jumps in the right direction. And I think few other entities in the country are positioned like BED is to kind of, because we are vertically integrated, because we produce our own power and we operate, there's few other places that are poised to really push this vision like we are. I'm excited by these early returns that we're actually taking steps towards this vision, and I hope the council shares some of that enthusiasm and that we can continue to make big steps in that direction together in the months ahead. Thanks, President Tracy.
Thank you, Mayor. We'll go ahead and close that item down and move on to our next item. Thank you to GM Springer for that presentation and for all of BED's hard work in meeting these ambitious net zero goals.
Thank you.
Will look forward to continued collaboration on those. Next on our agenda is item 6.05, which is a resolution painting Black Lives Matter street mural on a Burlington street. Councillor Paul.
Thanks, President Tracy. I'd like to move the resolution, the revised resolution. There are two of them on board docs, but this would be the revised resolution waive the reading and ask for the floor back after a second.
Okay, we have a motion from Councillor Paul. Is there a second? Seconded by Councillor Stromberg. Go ahead, Councillor Paul.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Stromberg. Over the past several weeks, as we have all been engaged in many discussions in the aftermath of the killing of George Floyd, I think as a nation, we've all witnessed communities across the country reeling from the horror of this murder and condemning it in the strongest terms possible. The response from Minneapolis to countries across the country has been a serious and long overdue discussion about race in this country. And while this discussion should always have focused on those in our society who have the influence, the power, and the ability to fundamentally change this narrative, that focus is squarely now on the majority of us at this meeting and in this community who have the clout to use our capital to collectively lead and do the real work that must be done so that community members of color know that we are no longer bystanders in a crisis that we actually can solve. The City Council has sought over the past couple of weeks to further racial justice. The City Council passed the mayor's recommended budget a few weeks ago at our last meeting that included $1 million in immediate funding to support and move forward the action items of Operation Phoenix, most notably the support for a cultural empowerment community collective and for fuller funding for the Racial Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging Office of the city. There are some who will say that this mural is a performative distraction from real policy changes. And if it weren't for the actions that we as a body have taken, the ones that I've just mentioned and more, and that we and the administration are continuing to move forward with substantive action steps, I might be inclined to agree with that. While some will view a mural as a symbol, the reality is that over hundreds of years, murals have actually been a tool of persuasion. At their most fundamental, they can help communities create meaningful public spaces, often in the name of inclusion and equality. And what better place than to have this right in front of City Hall to show our solidarity. I believe, I've lived here a long time, and I believe that as a community, at our very core, we really do care and want to show continued solidarity, to honor a movement to bring justice and equality to Black members of our community and beyond who have been fighting for freedom for far too long. So with that, the resolve clauses in the resolution are that on Sunday, July 19th at 2 p.m., we hope that many members of the community will join us to participate in the creation of a mural subject to mask wearing and social distancing guidelines. We appreciate the valued assistance of the Department of Public Works for this volunteer-led and funded event. And also I would like to also acknowledge my sincere appreciation to Councillor Hightower for her input into this resolution, to Taisha Green, the Director of Racial Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging, and to Mark Hughes of the Racial Justice Alliance for their early reading of this resolution and for their support and encouragement. My thanks also to the other co-sponsors, Councillors Polino, Shannon, Carpenter, Mason, Stromberg, and Pine. I hope that this resolution can receive broad support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paul. Are there any other councillors wishing to be recognized on this? Councillor Pine, then Councillor Jang. Go ahead, Councillor Pine.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to briefly speak to this question, which I've been asked by a couple constituents, but also it's been a discussion for several years that I have found a helpful conversation to have. When people say to me, when they hear me express support for the Black Lives Matter movement, I've had family members and neighbors say, well, of course they do, but don't all lives matter? And I think my best response to that is that the evidence is very clear that our society has devalued Black lives. That's why this movement exists. And so when we as white people hear people ask, well, don't all lives matter? The analogy I like to give is that I was a coach of sports, youth sports for many years. When a kid was hit by a baseball in the face and I ran out to aid that child, I didn't hear the parents on the sidelines say, what about the other players? Don't they matter too? So I think we have to just remember when people are hurt and they're being completely oppressed and denigrated, that's where the need is. And that's why when we say Black Lives Matter, it means something. It means something very specific about the conditions that Black Americans live in. So I think it's important for all of us to find our own way to explain what it means to the people that ask us this question. But I continually get asked the question by folks in my life, in my circles, to explain it. And I think it's really critical that we find a way to explain it that people can understand. And of course, all the players on my field mattered. But at that moment, I was focused on the one who was hurting the most. And that's what we need to be doing. And I understand that there's maybe some folks who might feel that, painting painting on the city street is again a symbolic effort. But we have taken substantive efforts, and I think it's okay and important for us as the elected leaders of this community to take both symbolic and substantive measures to show that we are trying to turn a corner on 400 years of racist history. Thank you.
Councillor Pine. I have Councillor Jing to be followed by Councillor Stromberg. Councillor Jing.
Thank you, President Tracy. I think painting a mural is just a symbol. And I think as a Black person and also an elected official, no one can lecture me about what racism is and what it feels like. And I think it is a little bit hypocritical, if you think about it, because Councillor Hightower was not here. Taisha Green was not here. Mark Hughes has never said any word about the mural, the white supremacist mural, that many of the people who are supporting this resolution, the sponsor, voted in favor of leaving it up. And it was not a long time ago, repeatedly. But I would want to say something though, the consistency of Councillor Shannon about the issue. These are not things that you do flip-flop. These are things that you deeply care about or you don't care about. And if you care about them, you have to continue to advocate and fight for what is right. It is not right to put a Black Lives Matter mural and to also continually leave the white supremacist mural on Church Street Marketplace. That's not justice, and it will never be justice. The feelings, the hurts of people who've been repeatedly telling this is hurting, take it out, but you said no. But now, because we have 1,000 people showed up to ask for the demands, and now it's all about now Black Lives Matter. It's not the way it works. It should work. It should be about consistency, and we move forward. Murals are persuasive, that's true, but the one that really do hurt people is still here. And there is nothing that could be done because of the history about that everyone loved the parade mural. That history, the way it hurts people, it's still there. So I did talk to someone who basically is just someone that I go to all the time about many city issues. And he told me it doesn't matter for you to say, oh, you're gonna vote against putting a Black Lives Matter, a mural about Black Lives Matter, but it is more about trying to support maybe people who have now turned around. Their views have turned around. But I think as a city, we should stay away from symbols. We cannot have a symbol that reminds people you don't matter, and at the same time put another symbol that says, oh, Black Lives Matter. I don't think it should work this way. I will not be voting against this resolution, but I think it would have been very important to stay consistent. And I think also Councillor Polino did demonstrate that consistency with the resolution that we have passed, because from the get-go, he voted in support of the racial justice. And when the nitty-gritty, the real work, many people stay away. I think it matters, and it definitely hurt me sometimes my colleagues taking some actions. That should not be that way. And when we talk about also symbol, we did put a Black Lives Matter flag. Why should we add another symbol? And again, a symbol that we're saying it is costly. It is about $2,000, right? I just wanted to say that I'll be supporting it, but I wanted to make those remarks as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. It's critical. I would like to thank those who co-sponsored this, Councilors Paul, Carpenter, Paulino, Shannon, and Hanson. And it is my hope that this will also garner unanimous support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Are there further comments on the resolution? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the resolution, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, that passes unanimously, which brings us to item 6.08, a resolution placing a question on the ballot regarding ranked choice voting. Councillor Stromberg.
Thank you, President Tracy. I move to waive the reading and adopt the resolution and request the floor back after a second.
Okay, we have a motion from Councillor Stromberg. Is there a second? Seconded from Councillor Hightower. Go ahead, Councillor Stromberg.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. So, as you know, in December, the City Council voted 9-3 to advance ranked choice voting for mayoral, City Council, and School Commission elections to the Charter Change Committee for review and recommendation by its December 16th meeting. While we didn't quite meet the December 16th deadline, we were able to take a final vote on the matter this past Wednesday, actually. And after hearing from a number of members of the public and many experts over the course of 2 meetings, the committee voted 2-1 to recommend that the City Council place the question of ranked choice voting on the November ballot for voters to decide. In the committee, we heard a variety of perspectives, which is good. But there was an overarching agreement that while any voting system is imperfect, the ranked choice voting system we have before us tonight is a dramatic improvement from our current plurality system, which allows for a candidate to be elected with just 40% of the vote, as we know. Ranked choice voting has been used successfully for over 100 years, including right here in Burlington for 2 mayoral elections. Millions of voters in the United States now use this system, and in November, Maine will become the first state to use this system in a presidential election. It's a pretty big deal. Ranked choice voting requires candidates to receive a majority of the vote in order to be elected. It allows voters the ability to express their preference of candidates from first to last, while also allowing voters who only wish to express support for one candidate to do so. If a voter's first preference candidate places last, their vote is transferred to their second choice candidate and so on. This means a voter can vote for their preferred candidate without fear of the spoiler effect, resulting in, their least candidate being elected. By placing this item on the November ballot along with the presidential election, we will allow a large number of Burlington voters to weigh in on the voting system that they would like to use going forward. Approving this tonight allows for 4 months of rigorous engagement and education on the issue prior to residents taking a vote. And if the voters in November approve the item, due to the need for approval from the state legislature, the system wouldn't even be implemented until 2022. So that would allow for over a year of further education and engagement on the issue prior to implementation. 15 years ago, Burlington decided to adopt this system. 5 years later, in a low turnout special election, the voters narrowly decided to repeal the system after a close mayoral election and subsequent scandal regarding Burlington Telecom. 5 of the 7 wards rejected the repeal, but it still carried narrowly. 10 years later, we feel it is time to give the voters of Burlington another opportunity to consider the ranked choice voting system. And whether you agree or disagree with the system of voting, ranked choice voting, right? Whether you agree or disagree, having a public debate over it and doing so for the next 4 months as a community and then taking a vote as a city is extremely transparent and inclusive of a process, and it will allow us to move forward with confidence and awareness on this issue. We hope that the City Council will accept the recommendation of the Charter Change Committee and approve this resolution tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stromberg. Are there other councillors who would like to comment? Councillor Shannon.
Thank you, President Tracy. I have been a very strong supporter of, I campaigned hard for it in 2005 and in 2009 when, or 2010, when after having used it twice and there was a push by voters to potentially repeal it, I voted to put that question on the ballot, not because I disagreed, not because I thought after using it that it wasn't a good system. In fact, I did still think it was a good system, but I didn't want to have a system that didn't have the confidence of the voters. And I think that that confidence piece is important. So I voted to put that question on the ballot. And then I worked to and campaigned again in favor of instant runoff voting. My position on that hasn't changed on a personal level at all. But just like I thought that it was fair to put it on the ballot again and to give the voters that choice, I think that there are things about this current proposal that are profoundly unfair. And that is that unlike most issues, even local issues that we decide, this is an issue that is going to affect only March voters. And we have a lot of people who show up at a presidential election who don't vote in March. And so if we put this on the November ballot, we have the potential of getting a majority of votes from people who don't represent the majority of those who will actually be using it in March. And I think it's fair to put this type of question on the March ballot, not on the November ballot. So that's one issue. In addition, since 2010, when we last voted on this, there's been more communities have used it and more studies have been done on how it affects different voter groups. And there is some evidence that I think deserves a little bit more consideration. And I'm not saying that this necessarily changes anything for me, but I think it's worth a deeper look. And that is not so much in San Francisco, but in Minneapolis. They looked at how different in different districts in Minneapolis, they looked at things like spoiled ballots, and the number of spoiled ballots was dramatically increased in the districts that were lower income, more non-white, and with fewer English-speaking people. And that portion of our electorate is larger now than it was in 2010. So I think that deserves to be looked at. But the other piece is that one of the factors that relates to voter turnout is the complexity of the ballot. And our ballots are already very complex because we vote for so many different offices. So when you add ranked choice voting to so many different offices, this proposal is very different than what we had before, in that we had ranked choice voting for mayor. But this is proposing that we go immediately to having ranked choice voting for mayor, city council races, and school board races, which potentially very significantly increases the complexity of the ballot and increases the possibility for voter fatigue before they complete the ballot. So for that reason, I am not supportive of putting this on the November ballot. And in addition to that, this November ballot this would require a special ballot. It can't go on the presidential ballot. And there's a cost associated with that. And President Tracy, I was hoping that you might allow either Amy Bovee or Catherine Shad to answer if they know what the cost would be for having a special ballot in November.
Certainly, Councillor Shannon, are either Clerk Bovee or CAO Shad able to, either of those folks on and able to speak to that? See.
Yes, I could provide a bit of information about that.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Sure. So I've kind of put together some rough numbers about what the total cost of running a special election in November would be. I estimate that would come out to about $45,000, which is significantly more than it would be in a normal November election. The major driver for that price tag is that the Secretary of State's office intends to mail a ballot to every registered voter automatically this fall. So if we were to run a special election, it would be hard pressed not to do the same with our local ballot. So that postage cost would be approximately $30,000. And then the additional costs would relate to printing the ballots themselves, some supplies, and the labor associated with that bulk mailing.
Okay. Thank you very much. And so I just would also like to correct one thing that Councillor Stromberg said, which was that when we last voted on this, it was not a special election. It was town meeting day. And it was put before the voters who would be using the system, because it only applies on town meeting day. And I think it would be fair to do it that way again. So I will be voting no on this question, and not because I don't support instant runoff voting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shannon. I have Councillor Hanson to be followed by Mason, Stromberg, and Jang. I see you, Councillor Pine. I'll put you after Councillor Jang. All right, Councillor Hanson, you have the floor. Councillor Hanson, I can't hear you. Still can't hear you.
Any better?
Yep, there you go.
All right, great. So to respond to this question of timing and turnout, so we all understand that the November elections have higher turnout. So I think it's beneficial to have more Burlingtonians be able to weigh in on this. Now, the fact that March turnout is lower, that's part of why we support ranked choice voting, is because it's been shown to increase turnout. And we want turnout in March elections to be higher. We want people who are irregular voters who maybe only vote in November or only vote in the mayoral, but not the off year, the council and school board races in other years. we want voters to become more regular voters, to engage in all elections, and to increase turnout. So having this higher turnout election in November for people to weigh in and bring people more into that local process, I think is a good thing, because we can increase the amount of November voters that actually do engage in local elections in March. And then in terms of something, I mean, there's a lot of different things I could speak to, and I'm going to leave some of it to other folks who are in support of this. But one of the pieces I did want to speak to, because it was something I really wanted to understand and be sure of, which is around disparities in income and race. And I was able to, so looking at Burlington, first of all, we were one of the earlier cities to adopt it in 2005 to implement it. And turnout in that election was 25% higher than the 3 previous mayoral elections, at least 25% higher. In the lowest income ward, Ward 3, turnout was 25% higher than the 2003 mayoral election and 72% higher than the 2001 election. In terms of the logistics of it, the polls closed at 7. The IRV tally was completed and the results were announced at 9:05 p.m. The Burlington Free Press headline was Burlington voters ace instant runoff. Only 1% of voters skipped over the mayoral race, which was lower than the previous several elections. In Ward 3, again, the lowest income ward, 1% skipped the mayoral race. Ward 3 voters were 5 times in previous election, or I'm sorry, Ward 3 voters were 5 times more likely to skip the contested city council race, which did not use IRV, than the mayoral race. The invalid ballot rate was less than 0.1%, so 99.9% of voters cast a valid vote, which is extremely low. In Ward 3, there were exactly 2 invalid ballots out of 1,200 voters. Voters ranked on average 2.9 candidates. In Ward 3, they ranked 3.1 candidates, the highest of all 7 wards. So this was the first time that Burlington voters used IRV. There's no evidence that it discouraged voters from participating, and particularly, there's no evidence that it posed any burden for low-income voters. This mirrored results from San Francisco, which was another early adopter. But in terms of, so that's a bit with Burlington, and I don't have racial disparities for Burlington, but I did look at several meta-analyses of racial disparities in voting, which there are racial disparities in the current voting system. I'm sure that we're all aware of that. But multiple meta-analyses have found that there's no greater racial disparities under a ranked choice system versus a plurality system. So one of the studies looked at 53 seats in the Bay Area, which is an area that's had ranked choice voting for a long time. What it found, which was really pretty incredible, is that not only was there a massive increase in the number of women and people of color that ran for office under ranked choice voting compared to plurality before that, but there was a huge increase in victories and elections of people of color. People of color went from winning only 38% of pre-ranked choice voting elections for these 53 offices to winning 62% of ranked choice voting elections. And these increases in candidates of color winning were observed across districts that were majority people of color, as well as those that were majority white, and everything in between. Another point, last year, New York City took a vote, as hopefully we will as Burlington, on whether to adopt ranked choice voting. You look at the results, 73% of the city was in favor. But now you break it down by district. In districts that were majority African American, you had 78% support. Majority Latino, you had 81% support. Majority white districts, it was 69% support. So I think we should let people make the decision for themselves on this system, let people decide for themselves. In terms of the meta-analysis that I mentioned, this looked across states, across districts. I can send it around if folks are interested. It was an April 2019 study, and yeah, it found that there were no differences in understanding of the voting system based on race or ethnicity. And it also highlighted a study that was brought to the Charter Change Committee, which was a 2005 study looking at San Francisco that did find a disparity in that initial ranked choice voting elections. But the same researchers conducting the same study under the same conditions 1 year later found that that disparity was no longer evident in San Francisco. So it could have been a problem of the voter outreach and education being disparate and not enough resources being put into educating folks across race and income, which is unfortunate, but it isn't a factor of ranked choice voting itself as a system. That's a failure of the city to do that outreach and education. It sounds like they caught up on that the following year. And then in Minneapolis, which Councilor Shannon had referenced, there's a 2016 study that looked at a number of cities, including Minneapolis. While there was a disparity in voter turnout based on race, it was no greater than the disparity that existed pre-ranked choice voting, pre the implementation of ranked choice voting. And in fact, voter turnout was higher. So I think there is a lot of data out there. There's certain circumstances where you do find disparities, but the overall data show, and when you look at these broad meta-analyses, that there's actually that disparity doesn't exist. And in fact, voter turnout increases. And the more recent data shows it actually being the opposite, that voters of color prefer this system and candidates of color particularly excel under this system. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hanson. I have Councillor Mason to be followed by Stromberg, Jang, Pine, and Carpenter. Councillor Mason, you have the floor.
Thank you, President Tracy. I will not be supporting this. I was in Burlington in 06 and 09. I was actually involved in campaigns when this system was rolled out. And in effect, my experience was that it did not improve campaigns. It necessitated vanilla candidates and voter confusion. While I appreciate the work that has been done by proponents to look at studies in San Francisco and Minneapolis, I'm somewhat struggling with, we can look back at our own experiment and I would say the perverse outcome that ranked voting generated in the 09 election. We don't have to look any further than what Robert, Bristow Johnson has produced, or what I'm looking at a study from Antonin Jurinsky in 2011 from UVM looking at the 09 election and the perversity that we produced. We elected a mayor who was not the favored candidate by, first or second of most of Burlington. And that oddities such as, if a certain number of Kurt supporters didn't show up, we would have a different mayor. I am struggling with how that is a better system than the one that we have. And for that reason, I don't believe, or I'm willing to listen to what the voters said in 2010. Said, we tried it, it didn't work at the mayoral level, let's get rid of it. I don't believe I've been produced with anything, or anything has been presented in front of me that necessitates a disregard of that vote in 2010 and going back into this perverse system. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. I have Councillor Stromberg to be followed by Jang, Pine, Carpenter, and Paulino. Councillor Stromberg, you have the floor.
Thank you, President Tracy. I think we keep referring to years past, but what Councillor Hanson had just brought up were really incredibly recent studies. And I think that I think it matters what we're being presented with. And I think that if numbers don't kind of get you thinking and questioning your opinions and stuff, just in general, as human beings on the council, and anyone in Burlington. I think that, you know, it says a lot. Like, we really need to listen to those studies. And I think that honestly, just like, voters would have more choices, and ranked choice voting does promote overall much broader participation, and it accommodates more, you know, a greater number of candidates going for single seats in races. So I think, you know, that overall is such a win for our democracy, and I think that it's more than worth it to try this, and it's more than worth it to at least give our neighbors the chance to make a decision on it. We are not walking away tonight with ranked choice voting implemented. And I think that's a really important aspect of this conversation. It's not even, it's great to get into the specifics. It's really, we're doing our educating and our outreach right now. This is what's happening, and this is amazing. But I think that voting no on this is voting no to giving people the opportunity to choose, and nothing else. That's what the no means. So I just want us to really reflect on that. And I don't really think anyone here wants to like take away people's rights and opportunity to make this choice for themselves. And I want to give that to our neighbors, and I want to give that to our community. It is literally a question being put on the ballot. Why would we say no to that? If it's really, you know, given all of the studies and the numbers and the statistics out there, if people have full reign to do that research, we will provide the research. You all can provide that research, and people can make an informed decision. Why would we want to not have that take place? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stromberg. I have Councillor Jang to be followed by Councillor Pine, Carpenter, Paulino, and Hightower. Go ahead, Councillor Jang.
Thank you, President Tracy. I think the best way to ensure the safety of our democracy, its health, is to hear from the people that we represent, the people that elected us. And we have to make sure that we bring them into these discussions. And I would want to also thank Robert Bristol Johnson, you know, Samantha Hurt, Carter Newweather, as well as Kirk Wright, because all of those people are from the New North End. And they are the only people that I have heard from about this issue. Anybody else, I don't know where you live, but those people I know, they're from the New North End. But I think I would want to continue that. And I think this item, even though I don't agree in most of them, such as why do we need to add city council? Why do we need to add school commissioners? I think those are problematic from my standpoint. We could have just do it as a mayor alone, as a test run, just like what they did in Portland, Maine. They did not come up ranked choice voting for everyone in one day. It was gradual, but they started somewhere. And I believe when right now, I think presidential is also included. So we have to welcome participation from the people that we represent. And I think this, even though I don't agree, I will not vote against putting it on the ballot. I just can't do it. But I want to ask now a question to the city attorney. Sometimes some ballots are advisory alone. It will come back to the council. But I would want to know if the city attorney is here, if this passes from the council, goes to the ballot, and it is voted in favor, will it come back to the city council before it goes to the state?
No.
Attorney Blackwood, are you able to clarify the process of how a charter
Yeah,
change moves?
sure. Once the voters vote on the charter change, it would then go to the legislature directly. A bill would get written, and we would find a sponsor from the local delegation to sponsor it. Charter change would generally start in the House, would go to the House. The committee of jurisdiction for this would be Government Operations Committee. It would go to House GovOps. It would go through a vote there. It would then have to go through the full House. then it gets sent over to the Senate, goes through a similar process through the Senate. If it's adopted by the Senate in the same form, it gets passed, or if there are changes, then there's a conference committee. They have to do that, and they come out with a bill, and then it goes to the governor to get signed. Once the governor signs it, then it becomes law, because a charter change is a state law.
Okay, thank you. And I don't know if anybody knows the schedule from the legislative, both the House and also the Senate, about that schedule. Because the other item too that we have heard, especially from former City Councilor Kirk Wright is, and also John Shannon, is why not wait until March? Why do we need to do it like also right now? I was just wondering maybe if city attorney or the sponsors of this resolution can speak to that specific as to why we can't wait until March.
City attorney, go.
Sure. We spoke to our, contacted our legislative liaison just to ask a little bit about what he might know about the timing for the legislature. And generally what he responded back to us is that they don't know yet how much COVID related measures they're going to have to be taking up in January. So it may be that the same thing, for example, our March charter changes haven't been acted on yet because the legislature was acting all on COVID matters. So those are going to be coming back probably in January to them. And I think people are expecting they're going to be dealing with COVID matters, still new financial COVID matters in January probably, unless something drastic changes between now and then. But even if they were in a regular session, for something to get through, it would not, there's almost no scenario under which it would get passed in time to go into effect for the March of 2021 meeting. So because of the way that the legislature works, as I just described it, it goes through a number of committees. The legislature doesn't start until January 6th. Next year, they have to organize. It's a new biennium, so they have to do new organizational meetings of committees and plan what they're going to do for the biennium session. Our ballots would have to be printed by, I believe the date I got from Clerk Bovee is February 3rd, and Amy, chime in if I've got that wrong, but I believe the date was February 3rd. So that means that the legislature would have to pass it, the governor would have to sign it, and it's almost, that would be really unusual, particularly because it wouldn't be seen as an emergency kind of measure. If it were related to COVID or something, maybe they would move something faster, but everything we're hearing from folks is that it's unlikely that it would pass in time to go into effect for the March meeting.
All right, thank you. And I thank you so much. I think there are a couple other concerns too. And I think one of them is about the cost. It will cost about $45,000. And I think personally, as a candidate, if I was running for mayor, I will not even think about it twice to spend $50,000 to reach the voters. So why can't we do it for this specific item? I think the cost is not really a problem. And also we are dealing with COVID. That's the only way we have to budget and take action in making sure that people have their voices heard. The other item also is about the complexity of such item, because many new Americans, it's already complex to come and vote on items, on ballot items, because the wording is complex to understand, and it would be just imperative or to not take the chance, the option that we have in front of us to hear from the people that we represent. And I think reason as to why I will be voting in support of putting it in the November ballot. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jang. I have Councillor Pine to be followed by Carpenter, Paulino, and Hightower. Councillor Pine, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think the question about when we decide on issues of local democracy, local control, ultimately, is what we're talking about, is an appropriate question to be asking. It's often asked when we talk about placing a question on the ballot in November, why would we not wait till March? When this was proposed last winter, it was, let's not do it in March, let's postpone it because we have more time to deal with it in November. So there's always a way to postpone something if it's not on the top of your list. Let's acknowledge that in November of 2016, this city council voted to put questions on the ballot, which were extremely urgent. City Place. City Place votes were on TIF question, and they were on the question of zoning changes. Those were placed on the ballot in November. Fundamentally local questions. Obviously the developer had a timeline, but as we know, that timeline doesn't mean a whole lot today because things are not exactly on track. So conditions change. What was done in 2010 doesn't necessarily tell us what we need to do in 2020. November elections inherently have higher turnout. The basic concept to me of democracy is you want as many voices as possible. The more, the better. Every time we look at voter turnout, historically, November turnout is higher. November turnout during a presidential election is then again even higher. And so the idea that we want to restrict access to these questions to March, because that somehow weeds out people who maybe aren't serious about living in Burlington. I'll just point out to the council and to folks who are listening, there are 4 members of this council, 4 out of 12, who came here to attend the University of Vermont. And they felt like this was their community and their democracy. And they chose to stay here, set roots, run for office, raise families. And that was a result of being included in this community. So please don't discount voters who show up in March as somehow fair weather or nilly-willy voters who aren't that concerned or focused on Burlington issues. If they don't care about Burlington issues, they're just going to vote for president and maybe a couple other seats. They're going to skip these questions. And that is often what happens on local questions. I worked on a question in November one year, and it was a tenant's rights question. It was just cause eviction. It won narrowly in that election, but we were criticized then for bringing an issue to the voters in November, because the idea was, oh, that's not really an issue the voters in November care as much about. We should wait till March. So there's always an argument to wait for another time. I just want us to be mindful of that fact and not get bogged down by this notion that we somehow need to calibrate when we put questions on so carefully because we want to appeal to certain voters and exclude other voters. I think that's really not the way to expand democracy, not the way to expand people's participation, especially voices who are often unheard and left out. And there are a few key reasons why sort of the plurality system that we have, which by the way, in Burlington, you could have a mayoral election where 6 out of 10 people chose someone other than the person who becomes mayor. That's a system we have in place today and has been in place for many years. I'm not sure how that is a better system or a more democratic way to select the top elected official for our city. That also applies to city council races. So school board and city council falling under ranked choice voting, it only applies when there's more than 2 candidates. There's no ranked choice voting with only 2 candidates. So it doesn't get applied in every race. It only applies when you have multiple candidates. There's no way to rank choice voting works in a 2-way race any differently than a plurality vote because you've got 2 candidates. So it's really a sort of a multiple candidates, a pluralistic system. And I would just say that a pluralistic system assumes that we all as one community need to have voices and we need to have all voices at the table. And that the notion that we somehow one choice, if you just get one choice every time, that is somehow inherently more fair, more democratic. It's sort of like saying, make a list of key issues, poverty, climate change, racial justice, jobs, and just pick one. Just pick the one that really counts. And I would say all of us would reject that notion that somehow we have this, limited binary notion that you have just one choice here. And I think most people, when faced with multiple choices, actually express their desires quite clearly. And to say that in 2006 it was a debacle, as some have said, I think is a complete insult. It was not a debacle at all. It was very clear what the voters intended in 2006. You can argue about 2009, but to then conflate the outcome of 2009 and the fact that people maybe didn't like the outcome with the way we chose our elected officials, I find that to be a conflation that is not helpful in this discussion. So I hope that councilors will embrace the idea that we bring this back to the voters. And fundamentally, our democracy is the issue we want the most people speaking on. That's the kind of issue we want. We found a way to do November questions in the past that were local. I think we can do that again tonight, and I hope you'll join me in supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Pine. I have Councilor Carpenter to be followed by Paulino and Hightower. Councilor Carpenter, you have the floor.
Thank you. There's been a lot of interesting, persuasive arguments that we're having at 10:15 tonight. And my issue with this is how rushed we are, the timing of it. I mean, Councilor Jane talked about this. This is not advisory. This will change the law. I need to talk to the older residents in my neighborhood. I need to talk to the non-English speaking residents in my neighborhood. I need to be able to explain it to them. We've had no public forums, this kind of debate on Channel 17 and in the neighborhoods and the NPAs. We need the time to do that. I support putting things on the ballot, but you got to understand what you're voting on. There was really very little conversation, I understand, in charter change about the language. Is this the clearest language? For me, personally, it's not very clear language. Is this the language we want on the ballot? I just see a lot of gaps in this process. And as Attorney Blackwood explained, the timing is such, we don't have to hurry. We're rushing to do something that I can't explain to my neighbors, and I can't, we're not having a really good community conversation about it. The other thing I wanted to point out that people don't seem to bring up a lot is the communities that use ranked choice voting, the vast majority of them also have nonpartisan elections. San Francisco, Cambridge, Portland, Maine, they don't have party distinctions. And I think we need to analyze, would that in fact increase engagement? Would that bring out more voters? Would it give you a different kind of voting profile? And I think if we're trying to change our system for engagement, and we need to look at all of the cities that have nonpartisan voting at the municipal level and fold that into the conversation and have the hardy, robust thing. We don't need to rush this through tonight. I think we owe it to ourselves to take the time to do it right.
Thank you, Councilor Carpenter. I have Councilor Paulino to be followed by Councilor Hightower and Jang. Go ahead, Councilor Paulino.
Thank you, Council President Tracy. Sometimes the hard part about speaking after Councilor Carpenter is that she'll take a lot of my points. So I'm going to follow up on that. I'll start off by saying that this is a solution in search of a problem. It's not a problem. We don't have a problem that we need a solution to. What I'm hearing tonight is this is a better system. Well, I was there in November 9th Charter Change Committee meeting. I sat there with an open mind. I'm here today with an open mind. We've had 2 meetings on this, 2 meetings, one of which I guarantee you a large part of the public has no idea. We are here tonight on Zoom voting on changing the way we vote. I have not heard a problem. There is no problem. Is it hard to run for an independent to run in Burlington? No, it happens all the time. So I'm hearing, okay, it'll increase voter participation. Well, why aren't we talking about other ways that are guaranteed to increase voter participation? Why aren't we talking about mail-in ballots? Why aren't we talking about online voting? Why aren't we talking about a state holiday for voting? Why aren't we talking about increased communications and signage for on voting day, expanding the hours, expanding locations? Think about how much time we spent on the housing trust fund increase. Wasn't it like a penny? And we're not even going to do it? And we spent all that time on a penny that we're not even going to use, on an ambulance we're not even going to end up being able to pass until the third part of the quarter. Years the fire department waited for that ambulance, for that question to be put on the ballot. It was part of their contract. And yet here, we're literally changing the way we vote. And we're fine with the process. We've had 2 meetings, again, one of which during COVID online, where I understand that the attendance was very low and it was not a robust, meaningful discussion. Here, we're gonna prefer a system because it's novel, because it's new, even though it had failed in the past by the voters, that guarantees that a voter's least preferred candidate is more likely to be elected when the middle candidate gets eliminated. It has its own kind of spoiler problem. We're not getting rid of the spoiler problem. We're creating a different kind of spoiler problem. And I'll just say that there are many other ways to improve the way we vote, to increase voter participation. I'm not against ranked choice voting. I fully support it for presidential elections, for primaries, and perhaps maybe for mayors. I definitely do not support it for city councilor and school commissioner. It is hard enough to get people to run and to get your name out there and to introduce yourselves. And I have not been convinced that we have a problem that we need this system to fix. I am hearing there's this new, different, innovative way. Let's just try it. And you know what? This is our voting system. We can't just try it. And I'm hearing, well, you know, you're not voting on the merits. You're only voting to put the question. Yeah, but I am elected and I have a responsibility to my voters. And when we put a question on the ballot, we're saying, you know what? We vetted that. We held public meetings. We took input. We spoke to the experts. We hired a consultant. We created a special committee. We had, 8, 9, 10 meetings. I mean, how many meetings did we have for the special committee report? And yet here we had 2 meetings, frankly, one of which should only count. Thank you, Council President Tracy.
Thank you, Councilor Paulino. I have Councilor Hightower to be followed by Jang, Paul, Shannon, and Hanson. Councilor Hightower.
Oh man, so many different arguments. I guess the first thing that I want to say is I don't feel like I'm hearing one. I feel like the arguments for it are so cohesive and so aligned, and the arguments against it are all over the place. Like, oh, we should have this in wrong time, or like, oh no, actually it's just bad to start with. I don't understand what the opposition is right now. There's so many different points. And I feel like the arguments for it are very strong. It's like, there's no problem. America has such a strong voter turnout problem. And Burlington isn't unique in that, we have a problem. This is a solution to a well-known problem, a well-known solution to a well-known problem that we know about. And Jack's evidence at the beginning was just so incredibly compelling. It's like, we have evidence, not just from around the country, but in Burlington about how this worked out and what the implications were, and that they were positive. This isn't theoretical. This isn't outside of Burlington. I mean, I found those numbers incredibly, incredibly compelling. I can't believe I hadn't heard them before. And in terms of other things we can do, yeah, let's talk about those. This isn't a mutually exclusive debate. We can't not find other ways to increase voter turnout or to solve the problems in our voter system just because we implement one of them. This isn't a mutually exclusive debate. We can do all of these things. And I think that this is a tremendous start. And then as the most recently elected councilor that wasn't a 3-way race, my constituents absolutely want to see this. The last race for them was incredibly difficult. There were preferences. People didn't have one candidate that they knew. And in terms of how many candidates are running, I'm sorry, but if two of the candidates had come before I wouldn't have run, because that would have looked like a very different equation to me. I don't think that having a ranked choice voting system keeps people from running. I think it encourages people to run, because it really opens up. You're not afraid of, you're not doing the math as much. You're just saying, hey, I want to put myself out there. Here's what I believe. Voters tell me what, and there were tremendous pressure on some of the other candidates that ran against me to drop out because of all of these other like dynamics that are crappy to have in a democracy. And a democracy, it should be about the ideas and it should be about what we're standing for. And I think ranked choice voting really promotes that. And the last thing I want to say is I think Councillor Pine's arguments about there's like that it's good to hear some of the history for me, it really is, but it's that when is the right time? It's like, it doesn't feel like anybody's saying, it doesn't feel like there's a cohesive argument like, oh, if it were just in March, then we would do this. There's so many, I don't think that that's a valid argument either. And I think Councillor Pine's point that who are we discounting? Who are we saying doesn't matter if we have this in March is so very valid. And I do think that I understand that there's been back and forth on this and that we've had this, you know, like, but I think it does make sense to put it to the voters. Let's have it, them give their opinion. I think there's plenty of time. Oh, the last point on you haven't had time to talk to people is also problematic, because who has the access to talk to counselors? Like, which people are we only willing to hear from? The people that who have direct access to us, who reach out to us? If we're talking about, oh, we just need to hear from people, then isn't this actually the best, most democratic way to do just that? Yep, those are all of my points. And really thank you, I think, Councillor Hanson, Councillor Pine, for your excellent points, and Councillor Stromberg for how you introduced this. I thought those were all, to me, very compelling as someone who I think wasn't here during the last iteration of this. It's great to hear all that history.
Thank you, Councillor Hightower. I have Councillor Jing to be followed by Paul, Shannon, and Hanson. Go ahead, Councillor Jing.
Thank you, President Tracy. And I think just wanted to respond to two comments that I heard here from Carpenter and also Paulino. That it is important to just talk about that we are not changing the way we are voting, but rather we are asking our constituents, what do they think about this proposal? This is, to me, this is a debate. And we definitely giving them the opportunity to also speak for themselves about this specific. We are not making any decisions here, but it's coming back to them again. And there is also one other item that I heard, that we had only 2 meetings, but at least those 2 meetings, from what I heard, there were at least over 50 people showed up. If you combine them both, 30, 20, right? So I think at least there has been some level of community input. We just passed some resolution that required more community input. We did not even think about it. We just moved on. But at least for me, this one did get some level of community input. And today, I talked to the executive director for Rights and Democracy. You know, and we discussed this, the concern that I have and all of that. But he reassured me that in terms of the voter education, they are going to do all in their power to make sure new Americans, vulnerable population, have access to the information. So I think on that part, I just needed to also bring it to this conversation. But also as city councils, if you go, for example, to my website, you always see the ballots. What are the ballots? A summary of what they do mean. And I think we need to also personally continue to educate the people who do not pay attention to city issues until the end. Just wanted to add that as well. We have a responsibility to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jing. I have Councillor, we have, it is 10:30, so I believe Councillor Stromberg is wanting to make a motion on that. Councillor Stromberg, go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to move to extend the rules for the council meeting. Is that
the motion would be to suspend the rules? So,
sorry, I move to suspend the rules for our current city council meeting.
So Councillor Stromberg, are you moving to complete this item and the rest of the agenda? Is that the motion?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So
Sorry.
we have a motion to complete item 6.09, which is our last deliberative item, and then the other items after that. Is there a second to that? Seconded by Councillor Pine. Any discussion? Councillor Shannon.
I would like to amend that to just completing our deliberative agenda.
Okay, we have an amendment to that. Is there a second to that amendment? Seconded by Councillor Hightower. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, we will go to a vote. All those in favor of the amendment. Actually, will the city clerk please call the roll on the amendment?
Counselor Carpenter,
To clarify, we're voting to limit the remainder of our discussion to just deliberative items.
Yes, so that is correct. So 6.08 and 6.09.
Yes.
Counselor Jang,
No.
Counselor Hanson,
Yes.
Counselor Hightower,
Yes.
Counselor Mason,
Yes.
Counselor Paul,
Yes.
Counselor Paulino,
Councillor Paulino, I couldn't hear your vote.
Yes, sorry.
Counselor Pine,
Yes.
Counselor Shannon,
Yes.
Counselor Strongberg,
Yes.
City Council President Tracy.
Yes.
10 ayes, 1 nay, 1 absent.
Okay, so now we will go back to the original motion as amended to suspend the rules. So essentially we're voting on the same thing we just voted on because that's the original motion as amended. So all those in favor of suspending the rules to just take up the deliberative items 6.08 and 6.09, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, Councillor Jing is opposed, so we will need to call the roll for that one. I apologize. I should have had us call the roll in the first place. Will the city clerk please call the roll?
Counselor Carpenter,
Aye.
Counselor Jang,
No.
Counselor Hanson,
Yes.
Counselor Hightower,
Yes.
Counselor Mason,
Yes.
Counselor Paul,
Yes.
Counselor Paulino,
Yes.
Counselor Pine,
Yes.
Counselor Shannon,
Yes.
Counselor Strongberg,
Yes.
City Council President Tracy.
Yes.
10 ayes, 1 nay, 1 absent.
Okay, so that passes. We will take up items 6.08 and 6.09, and then we will adjourn our meeting. So thank you for that that motion and that quick discussion there. Let's get back to the item that we were previously debating, item 6.08 on ranked choice voting. I have Councillor Paul to be followed by Shannon and Hanson. Councillor Paul.
Okay, thank you very much. This has been interesting listening to this debate, and I agree the introduction that Councillor Stromberg made was certainly a compelling one, and others have also spoken on, have made other arguments. You know, one thing that you know, we're here really not to talk about the merits of IRV or ranked choice voting. That's not what we're here to talk about. We're here to talk about whether or not it should be put on the ballot in the form that it's in November. So I'm not going to talk about how I feel about instant runoff or ranked choice voting. I'm more going to talk about what it is, what we're here for. You know, Councillor Jang had mentioned that that we should be asking voters what they think, and I agree that we should be asking voters what they think, but that's not what we're doing. We're not asking voters what they think. We're asking them a binding question that will determine what our voting is going forward. So it's not a what do you think, it's a do you want this or not? And I think those are two very different things. I wish that there had been more discussion about this, and part of it may be the way that the Charter Change Committee operated. Part of it may have also been the fact that we're in the middle of a pandemic and we don't have the usual option for, such real authentic engagement. We do the best that we can, but it's, let's face it, it's not the same. I would have, if this had been an advisory question, I can't imagine that anybody would have disagreed with it. As far as November versus March, the only thing that I did was go back and look at what we have voted on in November. And I was only able to go back and, what was available online, because I honestly don't remember way back when. But with the exception of the events that Councillor Pine mentioned, in November of 2010, we voted on a Burlington electric bond, which needed to be voted on at that time. We could not wait until March. In November of 2012, we voted on the fiscal stability bond, a waterfront bond, and a tax ceiling increase. All things that could not wait until March. There were no ballot items in 2014. In 2016, Councillor Pine has spoken to. In 2018, and this was hotly debated, was whether or not to put the high school bond on at that time. But the argument was made that it needed to be done and could not wait until March for a variety of reasons, mostly to do with, I think, construction. There was a wastewater bond at the same time. Again, something that we were told could not wait until March. So I think for the most part, and it's not a hard and fast rule for sure, but for the most part, if you take the last 10 years, in only 1 year have we voted on things that, as it turned out, did not need to be voted on in March. At the time, we thought they did, but as it turned out, they didn't. But we didn't know that at the time. And I think that we do have to think about the fact that, historically, we have voted on issues that affect the city, not at a time when there are only state and federal elections. So that to me is a compelling argument. The other thing that I am a little bit baffled about, and again, I don't know if it came up in the Charter Change Committee, is that I went on fairvote.org, which is a nonpartisan organization devoted to electoral reforms, and there are 18 cities that use ranked choice voting. 3 of them use it only for mayor. The others mostly do not elect their city councilors by ward. They elect them at large. And so arguably, they are to a large degree being voted on like a mayor is, because it's sort of like, for example, like South Burlington. South Burlington doesn't have wards. They vote for all city councilors are voted by everyone. And then the other thing that I looked at also, and Councillor Carpenter brought this up, is that of the 18 that use ranked choice voting, I was only able to find 1 that used party affiliation. And if you don't have party affiliation, I think you're right that you could, I think those that are proponents of this are correct that, for example, as Councillor Hightower pointed out, could there have been 5 people running in her race? Maybe, especially if they weren't running under party designation. So, I would like to see that as part of the conversation before we go and change, or before we go and bring to the voters the potential for a binding decision going forward about how we vote. So for those reasons, I can't support putting it on the ballot in November. I just think that there are some things that we should be able to explore before we go and do that. If it doesn't pass this evening, I hope that we will have that conversation. So thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Paul. I have Councillor Shannon to be followed by Councillor Hanson, and we're getting, I think everybody, all councillors have spoken at this point, so hopefully we can move us to a vote. Councillor Shannon.
Thank you, President Tracy. I just wanted to speak to some of the things that we've heard tonight. I do agree that those who are in favor of this have a pretty linear argument that's in line with one of another, and those of us who don't agree are disagreeing for a myriad of reasons. That's true. That's because there are a myriad of reasons to disagree, and some of those reasons are more important to some of us, and others are more important to others of us, and we don't necessarily all agree on whether or not we even like IRB. But this proposal has a lot of reasons to vote no. So then the question was, if we vote in March, who are we excluding? And there seemed to be some great offense that we would exclude voters. If we vote in March on this, we are excluding the people who don't use it, who don't show up in March. We're not excluding UVM students. UVM students are welcome to show up in March, and they can show up in March and they can vote for IRV, or they can vote against IRV. Either way, a March election does not exclude UVM students, and it's not intended to exclude UVM students. A presidential election turns out lots of voters who don't show up to the local elections. So there is a real difference with this particular item, more so than any other local item we could vote on, because we can vote on a zoning change that will affect every Burlingtonian, and whether we vote on it in November or we vote on it in March. But this affects how people vote in March elections, and we should vote on that question in a March election. Couple other points about November. The cost to vote in November, according to the clerk's office, is about $45,000. The cost to do it in March is $0. And the time constraint. There is no time constraint on this. There is no reason to vote in March. In November. It doesn't get through any faster. I won my first election, like Councillor Hightower, in a three-way race. I have won many elections in three-way races, and I would say I would probably benefit from instant runoff voting, and I can't think of an election where it would have gone the other way if we had a different voting system, and I don't think anybody would make such a claim in any of my elections. So just on a personal level, it doesn't really have too much to do with that. There was also some quotes about how many people were at the meetings. First of all, it was a lot of the same people at the meetings, and I think the meeting in December might have had 20 people, and then the meeting that we just had in Charter Change Committee had 10. But there was overlap between those, and there was nowhere near 50 people participating in this. I would say it might have been a little over 20 total. There's also, Councillor Hanson threw out lots and lots of numbers, and I can't kind of go through each of those, but certainly the ones that I can kind of pull out and look some stuff up in this moment, hearing them, the turnout numbers are very much cherry picked. You can't compare a mayoral election say IRV mayoral election turnout, that IRV produced a better turnout when you compare it to a non-mayoral year like 2004. If you compare it with some of the elections we had prior to that, there's a real range. 2006, our first IRV election, we had a 30% voter turnout. In 1999, we had a 31% voter turnout. 1995, we had 36.5% voter turnout. We have certainly had higher turnout elections without IRV than we had with it. Now, that's not to say IRV can't produce high voter turnout elections. Candidates often turn a lot of people out. I think that concludes my comments. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Shannon. I have Councillor Hanson to be followed by Councillor Stromberg. Again, we're getting into the second and even third round, so let's try and keep comments a little bit brief and move us towards a vote. Councillor Hanson.
So yeah, just to respond to the last point. So the numbers I chose were from the most recent elections.
Councillor Hanson, your mic is a little bit soft.
Is this any better?
Yep, that's better. Thank you.
All right. So just responding to Councillor Shannon's point about the numbers. So I was comparing it to the most recent mayoral elections prior to implementation, which was 2001 and the 2003. And it was 25% higher than the 2003 mayoral election. So anyways, we're getting caught in the weeds, but I think it's fair to compare it to the most recent one before it. But I think two things that I want to address that were brought up by folks opposing this. One is that, and I've heard this from a number of folks about this, is that it's hard enough to get one candidate or to get two candidates for these races. I'm hearing that as an argument against ranked choice voting, even though in Burlington and everywhere it's used, ranked choice voting has a huge impact on increasing the number of candidates. So if it's hard to find candidates, you should actually support ranked choice voting. It's proven the most effective way to do that. And then this other point of public engagement, there hasn't been enough time. All right, well, this is our fourth meeting discussing it. We started this 7 months ago. I've done a lot of outreach in those last 7 months. I understand people are busy. Maybe other counselors haven't had time to do outreach in the last 7 months on this item. But regardless of that, if you really want to hear from people, this is your chance to hear from the highest number of your constituents that you could possibly hear from. And in fact, let them make the decision for themselves. You not only have the next 4 months to engage with them, but then they actually get to decide for themselves. And this is going to be the highest turnout election probably until the 2024 presidential. So if you care about hearing from folks, you've had an opportunity over 7 months. We have had 4 meetings, but more than that, we have the next 4 months, and then you get to hear from them directly when they make the decision. So I guess I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Okay, I have Stromberg, Carpenter, and Jang again, folks. Let's really try. We're getting into the second and now third round, so let's really try and move ourselves towards a vote. Councillor Stromberg.
Yeah, I had a lot of kind of rebuttals, but I think we've been talking as a council and as a city a long time about ranked choice voting, and I'm comfortable at this point to respectfully call the question.
Okay, the question has been called. Is there a second to that motion? Seconded from Councillor Shannon. That is a non-debatable motion, so will the city clerk please call the roll?
Councillor Carpenter.
This is to call the question?
Yes.
Yes.
Councillor Jang.
Yes.
Councillor Hanson.
Yes.
Councillor Hightower.
Yes.
Councillor Mason.
Yes.
Councillor Paul.
Yes.
Councillor Paulino.
Yes.
Councillor Pine.
Yes.
Councillor Shannon.
Yes.
Councillor Stromberg.
Yes.
City Council President Tracy.
Yes.
11 ayes, 1 absent.
The motion to call the question passes. We will now move to a vote on the underlying resolution. Will the city clerk please call the roll on that?
Councillor Carpenter.
This is to pass the resolution?
Yes.
No.
Councillor Jang.
Yes.
Counselor Hanson,
Yes.
Counselor Hightower,
You're a little soft. Can you?
Yes.
Thank you.
Counselor Hightower,
Yes.
Counselor Mason,
No.
Counselor Paul,
No.
Counselor Paulino,
No.
Counselor Paulino, you're a little soft. If you could just,
No.
thank you.
Counselor Pine,
Yes.
Counselor Shannon,
No.
Counselor Strongberg,
Yes.
City Council President Tracy,
Yes.
6 ayes, 5 nays, 1 absent.
Motion carries. We are now on to our final deliberative item, which is item 6.09, which is a resolution extension of due date for first installment of property taxes. Councilor Pine, can I come to you for a motion on that, please?
Yes, I would move the adoption of the resolution.
Moved by Councilor Pine, seconded by Councilor Paul. Councilor Pine, did you want the floor back?
At this hour, I don't believe there's a need for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any commentary on the resolution? Seeing none, will the city clerk please call the roll?
Counselor Carpenter,
This is to extend the tax deadline? Yes.
Counselor Jang,
Yep.
Counselor Hanson,
Yes.
Counselor Hightower,
Yes.
Counselor Mason,
Yes.
Counselor Paul,
Yes.
Counselor Paulino, Counselor Paulino,
Paulino,
Yes. Yes.
Counselor Pine,
Yes.
Counselor Shannon,
Yes.
Counselor Strongberg,
Yes.
City Council President Tracy,
yes.
11 ayes, 1 absent.
That motion carries unanimously. We will now, a motion to adjourn is in order.
So moved.
Moved by Councilor Jang, second by Councilor Pine. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, that passes unanimously, and we are adjourned at 10:54. Thanks, councilors, and we'll see you all next month.
Everyone.